Yes, alright. Tuguse tuyingiddewo. Alright, mbalamusizaako mwena abakatwegatako ku mukutu Keke TV Uganda. Lunaku lwakubiri tuli mwezi gwa kutaano gwa Mei, nnaku z'omwezi 5 mwaka 2026. Tugenda mu parliament lunaku lwaleero. Sharinga video. Lunaku lwaleero. Mwana wa mama, olwaleero bigenda kubeera biralamuko. Owedde abaana baŋŋamba Keke olwaleero ekikonde kigenda kunyoka mu parliament. Tunuulira weetegereze, eno si firimu. Tunuulira weetegereze n'amasogo abiri. Tugenda mu parliament olunaku lwaleero era nga essaawa yonna kugambye parliament egenda kuba etuula ng'egera maaso n'okuba nga ate esalawo ku nsonga ya sovereignty bill oba sovereignty bill oba kye tuyita mu Luganda obwetengereze. Lunaku lwaleero kakati no nga sinagenda wala, waliwo ebigenze bivaayo. Waliwo byenjagala okulagako omwana wa maama. Waliwo neyagambye olutalo lwandinyooka mu parliament olunaku olwaleero. Kansooke nkuweko ka video kano katono nnyo, then tugende maaso n'okuba nga tweyongerayo.
I'm with the speaker. Chairman, come down. Chairman, come down. Let the speaker first rule. Come down. Chairman, please come down. The speaker hasn't ruled yet. Chairman, let the speaker rule. You're not the speaker. Just come down. Right, Speaker, I'm still trying to get your attention on this matter. Okay, so the speaker had said that I mentioned the names of the members who are standing so that we are sure they are 40. Legal Committee Chairman, the speaker has issued a directive. It's what I'm following. Please come down. Right, Speaker, I'm now reading the names. Right, Speaker, I'm reading the names of the members who are standing.
Madam Speaker.
Let me now read the members who are standing.
Madam Speaker.
Right, Speaker. Right, Speaker. Each of the members is going to mention their name so that we confirm we are more than 40. I would like that we follow the rules. So, as I've drawn it to the Speaker's attention, we are more than 40, but following the rules, the Speaker would like to confirm that we are actually more than 40. So, with your indulgence, each of the members standing will mention their names so that we are sure they are more than 40. My name is Joel Senyonyi and I represent the people of Nakawa West. That's number 1.
My name is Nyakata Sinas. I represent the people of Hoima City and the Shadow Minister.
Order, Madam Speaker.
My name...
Lunaku lwaleero kakati ogwo wenna eyakatwegatako sabbiiti nno 2 eziyise ababaka abatuula ku kakiiko akagatta sabbiiti 2 nkugambye eziyise ababaka abatuula ku kakiiko akagatte ak'ebyamateeka saako n'ebyokwerinda babadde bawuliriza endowooza z'abantu ab'enjawulo ku bbago ly'etteeka ery'obwetengereze era ng'ebitundu 98 ku buli 100 eby'abantu abaalabikako eri akakiiko ebbago lino baalisimbira ekkuuli. Ku lunaku olw'okutaano ababaka abatuula ku bukiiko buno beevumba akafubo ku woteeri ya Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort okubaga alipoota eyawamu gye bagenda okuleeta mu parliament olunaku olwaleero. Mu lutuula parliament lwegenda okutuula lwesuubirwa okuyisa ebbago lino lifuuke etteeka oba okukkiriziganya n'okusaba kw'abantu ebbago lino ligere maaso n'okuba nga lisuulibwa mu kasero. Akawungeezi k'eggulo nkugambye twagenze maaso n'okuba nga tetulabako obutambi nga bugera maaso n'okuba nga busaasaanira emitimbagano ng'ababaka abagenze okukola alipoota nga bakangula ku maloboozi okubula okwegwa ne mu malaka. Kaakati omwana wa maama atumbudde omukutu KKTV Uganda, kati omupiira gusigadde mu ngalo z'ababaka abagenda okutuula olunaku olwaleero nga betulinze batya bwe bagenda okusalawo oba bayisa ebbago lino oba okuwuliriza amaloboozi g'Abannayuganda agavuddeyo okuwakanya ebbago lino. Lunaku lwaleero sheyalinga video mwana wa maama, sheyalinga video, share the video. Today is Tuesday, the month of May 5th, 2026. The Parliament of Uganda to decide on the Sovereignty Bill 2026. Watch out. Live on KKTV Uganda. Ebula eddakiika 5 kaakati nga tukyali awo waliwo bye ngenda genda maaso n'okuba nga ate nkulagako wano mpola mpola. Waliwo bye njagala okulagako mpola mpola naye nga mwebale kutumbula mu kutu KKTV Uganda. Olila Lakana, thank you for tuning in KKTV Uganda. Grace Apio, thank you for tuning in KKTV Uganda. Angela Kwoli, Ashira Mulungi, thank you for tuning in KKTV Uganda. Olunaku nkugambye lwaleero. Katulabe. Twabatereddewo kapolo kaffe wansi awo mu live chat about the sovereignty bill. What should Parliament decide? Pass the bill, reject the bill. Tulabe bitundu 14 biwagidde biiru eno egere maaso n'okuba nga ate eyisibwawo. Ate bitundu 86 bigamba biiru egere maaso n'okuba nga ate egaanibwa oba reject the bill. So katulabe ekigero ogenda maaso n'okuba nga tekitambula gwe wenna ayakatwegattako. Kaakati nno ababaka abamu bagenze maaso n'okuba nga ate babadde batuuka mpola mpola. Nina ka video kenjagala osooka okubbawa wano. Ono simba atekamu ono. Bwengezaako okulaba wano ndaba mbwatekamwa. By the way, heavy security has been deployed. Sokolabe bino. Heavy security has been deployed at the Parliament of Uganda ahead of the tabling of the controversial Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026. During today's 2 p.m. plenary sitting, some members of Parliament, including Igala West MP Louis Gafa Mbwatekamwa, claim they have been blocked from accessing the parliamentary premises. Let us first watch the video. Katusooke tulabe video eno tulabe ekigenda maaso. Ababaka bamu bagenda maaso okuba nga tebagaanibwa wali oba bagaaniddwa nga mbateekamu wagamba, ate ababaka abalala bagenda maaso okuba nga batebatuuka. So tugenda kwetegereza buli kimu tulabe ki ekigenda maaso n'okuba nga tekitambula wali ku parliament. Soka wetegereze video eno tugende maaso okuba nga tukuweereza.
Comrades, I think we are still in bondage. I don't think we got independence. This morning, I woke up going to legislate because I was invited that there is a matter which is very pertinent for this country. If you've also heard about the sovereignty bill, the bill that is trying to disenfranchise Ugandans of their rights, either in Uganda or outside Uganda. So, we are invited. But the road to Parliament is completely blocked. They put a barricade. Even members, because I'm sure my face is very familiar. All the police officers, they know even my face, however ugly it is. But accessing Parliament is very difficult. They blocked me. They are telling me to take another channel, another route of which I am not able to take. So my only option is to turn and drive back. But one wonders, a sovereignty bill, what is so special that it requires that they should deploy all this police, the SFC.
Alright, embeera bwetyo bwebadde nga mbwateeka mwagira maaso okubanga ate agaanibwa nkugambye deployment y'amaanyi nnyo era nga ye mbwateekamwa tujja kuba tutegeera amawulire agaddako maaso awo oba amaze n'afuna waageze maaso okubanga ate ayita okulabika nga ate ayingirawo mu parliament naye nga embeera si nnungi n'akamu n'akatono. Wali ku parliament kugambye heavy deployment y'amaanyi, abasirikale bayunguddwa abawanvu n'abampi. The current situation at the parliament, we are going live. Tugenda live akosagala obenga okatyako wadde n'akatono nkugambye. The situation at Parliament remains tense with heavy security deployed across the premises. Military and police have sealed off key access routes, restricting movement for both members of Parliament and staff. The heightened security comes ahead of a 2 p.m. plenary sitting where registrators are expected to debate the controversial Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, which is set to be tabled for its second and third readings at Parliament today. Lunaku nkugambye lwaleero ensonga tugenda kuba tuzimanya zonna wezigenda okugwera gwe muganda waffe wenna eyakategatako ku mukutu KKTV Uganda. Situation nkugambye bwetyo wekyatambula. The leader of opposition Joel Osenyonyi has convened an opposition caucus ahead of the debate on the controversial Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, which is scheduled for its second and third readings. At the same time, the NRM caucus is also meeting to align its position before the 2 p.m. plenary sitting. Both camps are preparing their MPs on how to approach the bill, as debate is expected to draw intense political interest in Parliament. Lunaku lwaleero mwana wa maama ensonga tugenda kuba tuzimanya olunaku lwaleero wezigenda okugwera. Kakati bino bigenza okujja, waliwo ka video kenalabyeko ka lutamaguzi kansooke nkakuwe. Kakati nno gye buvuddeko babbye banka ya Uganda, Bank of Uganda, ne babbamu laptop simanyanga zibadde 7. Kakati ate bino bigenza okujja, ye lutamaguzi akugamba Governor wa Bank of Uganda lwaki abadde yakwogera ku nsonga zino. Bank of Uganda negenda maaso n'okubanga ate ebbibwa. So katulinde tulabe, kansooke nkutereyo ka video kano nga bwe tulinda Parliament okulabika nga ate etandika, then tujikuwe buterevu live. Katusooke tulabe ka video kano dakiika nga emu, tulabe ekiddako.
Omukulu gavana wa Bank of Uganda ekifo kye kirabika bakifunyemu omuntu omulala mukulu w'ettiimu. Kino kikubuulidde sikulabye ng'omubaka, naye ekifo kyo gwe lwe wazze wano n'okuba sovereignty bill Bank of Uganda lwe bajja ne bagibba. Can you really think go and steal from Bank of Uganda? Kati ekifo kye bakifuniddemu omulala, omwana waabwe omu alabika akuze, kati gwe baagala okuteekawo yensonga lwaki baleese emboozi ezo bagenze ne bappa Bank of Uganda oba weyazze wano mu komiti nayogera professionally kubanga these professional guys came under the invitation of Clerk of Parliament kati weyazze wano neakozesa omutwe gwe independently enkeera ge mawulire okujjamu mu Bank of Uganda baagidde. Don't be surprised ng'omukulu oyo governor bamugobye. Don't be surprised when the governor of Bank of Uganda will very soon be relieved of his duties because a day he came here and testified against the sovereignty bill. The following days when people attacked the Bank of Uganda and stole relevant items from the bank. So he has to be very careful. Kino sogedde ngo ow'ebyobufuzi nenjogedde ngo omulanzi. Governor wa Bank of Uganda bagenda kumugoba. Kasita yazze wano nayogerera bill y'omukulu because this is Museveni's bill. The bill is not for Uganda. This is Museveni's bill promoting monarchy oba obwakabaka bwe. Kakati governor okuva olunaku lwaleero alina okuwokinga okuba ekifo kye kigenda.
Alright, ndowooza ensonga muziraba nga bwe zigenda maaso okuba nga tezitambula. Tugenda live mu parliament tulabe watya bwe bagenda okusala entoto okulabika ng'etteeka lino liyisibwa kubanga ligenda maaso okuba nga ate lisuulibwa. Gwe bwenna ampuliriza bwebale kubanga ate otumbudde omukutu KKTV Uganda ennyongera ogera maaso okubanga ate mbabuuzaako mwenna abakatwegatako nammwe abatandise naffe kuva gye twatandikidde. Angela thank you for tuning in. Ogambye we reject sovereignty bill, we reject the result, we demand for our victory. Oyise mu comments ya live chat yao. Kayondo Abubeka, I'm off, but I can't request someone to notify me when the session starts. Of course, the session is starting at 2 p.m. So thank you for tuning in. KKTV Uganda. Council Aljim Ogambye say no to sovereignty bill. Webali nnyo webalidde ddala kubanga otumbudde omukutu KKTV Uganda. Katulengere wano Kanyesije Asaf. Thank you for tuning in. Mwena mwebale kubanga tekwe muli mugenyi Abudu. Nkulabye ku olinnyo ku mukutu Justin Abwoli. Thank you for tuning in. Bannange mwebale kubanga temutumbudde omukutu KKTV. Kakati ne mwami zaake amaze okubanga ate atuuka. Omubaka Honorable Zaake Francis Butebi ow'Emityana amaze okubanga ate naye atuuka era naye alina obugambo bwayisizaawo awo. Kasavo Kanyama ketugenda ogenda maaso n'okubanga ate tukuwa olunaku olwaleero. Tukuwaako ekiri esayidi eno n'ekiri esayidi eno kubanga ekyamazima ekigenda maaso n'okubanga tekitambula ku parliament nkugambye ekikambwe heavy deployment yamanyi nnyo nnyini ddala. Nkugambye kati kansooke nkuwa omukulu Zaake ate osooka owulira naye ku bigambo byageze maaso n'okubanga ate attottola oba annyonnyola nga ndowooza yakatuuka ku parliament egenda okubanga etandika akadde akatali kawala nnyo okuva n'essaawa zino. Kankuwe ku Zaake Honorable Zaake Francis Butebi ate bwe tuva eyo tugere maaso okubanga tweyongerayo ne puroguramu eyatulese olunaku olwaleero.
Leero nkedde ku parliament wano naye si just kwewa makulu naye okutuuka ku parliament awo n'obuuza Zaake nti ye gwani ng'oli musirikale. Kindaze nti leero ekiri ku parliament kigenda kuba kyangu. SFC yonna ejjudde wano kika naye teri kuyisa bbiiru eno ejjako bannayuganda obwetengerere bwabwe okubanga omuntu kyali munnayuganda kuba omuntu eri asobola kusindikira kasente kuva bweru. Ebyo tubiganye ne bwe munaakola mutya.
Alright, omubaka Zaake omwewuliddeko bulungi nnyo bigambo bye byayogedde nga yakatuuka ku parliament. Kakati wabula ddakiika buddakiika okulabika nga ate tukutuusaako live from the parliament right now. Katulabe. Kangezeko kulabika nga atembako bye netegereza wano tulabe. Ate nga bwe tugera maaso okuba nga tetweyongerayo n'olunaku olwaleero wali ku parliament. Nakugambye sabbiti 2 eziyise ababaka abatuula ku kakiiko akagatte ak'ebyamateeka n'ebyokwerinda babadde bawuliriza endowooza z'abantu ab'enjawulo ku bbago ly'etteeka ery'obwetengereze era ng'ebitundu 98 ku buli 100 eby'abantu abalabikako eri akakiiko ebbanga lino lyonna ebbago lino balisimbira ekkuuli ku lunaku olwokutaano. Otegedde ekintu ekyo? Nkugambye ebitundu 98 ku buli 100 eby'abantu abalabikako eri akakiiko ebbago lino balisimbira ekkuuli ku lunaku olwokutaano. Ababaka abatuula ku bukiiko buno beevumba akafubo ku woteri ya Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort okubaga alipoota eyawamu gye bagenda ogenda maaso okuba nga tebaleeta olunaku lwaliro mu paliyamenti. Mu lutuula olubuzaayo eddakiika obudakiika lutandike era mu lutuula lwa palamenti luno lwesuubirwa okuyisa ebbago lino lifuuke etteeka oba okukkiriziganya n'okusaba kw'abantu ebbago lino lisuulibwe mu kasero akawungeezi k'eggulo. Kugambe twageze maaso okuba nga tulabako obutambi nga bugenda maaso okuba nga busaasaanira emitimbagano ng'ababaka abagenze okukola alipoota nga bakangula ku maloboozi okubula okwegwa ne mu malaka. Bu vidiyo bwe mwabulabye asagala kuleeta videos nyingi wano olw'ensonga ekyatuleese kyenjagala okulabika nga ate tugendako live wali mu parliament. Kakati nno omupiira gusigadde mu ngalo z'ababaka abagenda okutuula olunaku olwaleero ng'era eddakiika wabulambale era nga ffenna betulinze batya bwe bagenda okusalawo oba bayise ebbago lino oba okuwuliriza amaloboozi ga bannayuganda agavuddeyo okuwakanya ebbago lino. Kaakati nno njagala weetegereze atova ku mukutu KKTV Uganda ensonga zonna tugenda kuzitegeerera wano. Lunaku lwaleero parliament egenda kubanga esalawo ku bbago lino ery'obwetengereze. Tutandika essaawa yonna. Nkugambye essaawa yonna tutandika. Tugenda mu parliament live. Gwe wenna eyakategatako ku mukutu KKTV Uganda. Parliament Joint Committee has raised major concerns about the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, warning that its current form could affect the economy, civil society and key nation institutions. The House Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs and the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs reviewed the bill after consulting more than 200 stakeholders, including government agencies, civil society groups, financial institutions, and the diaspora. Otegedde ekintu ekyo? Let me first check here. Wait a minute. We are going to Parliament live. Tugenda mu Parliament live. Kakati no mbadde nkeberako wano. Ku mutimbagano gwa New Vision. Ngenda maaso okuba nga ate neetegereza. Kugambye bakugamba nti the report has been signed by several members of the committee The committee sessions were chaired by Wilson Kajwenje and Stephen Bakamugabi. The report that has been widely shared on Tuesday, May 5th, 2026, ahead of Parliament, says while the bill seeks to protect Uganda from foreign interference, several of its provisions are too broad and unclear. Lawmakers found that definitions of foreigners and agent of a foreigner could extend to ordinary activities such as business transactions, research partnership, and diaspora support. The bill is listed on the order paper for consideration during afternoon's parliamentary sitting. The committee warned that the bill risks shifting power away from citizens, contrary to the Constitution, which vests sovereignty in the people. It was observed that the proposed law places heavy control in the hand of the minister responsible for internal affairs, raising concern about unchecked authority. Stakeholders, including civil society organizations, opposed the bill, cautioned that it could restrict civic space and limit the operation of non-governmental organizations. Financial institutions raised fears that tighter controls of foreign funding could disrupt remittances, investment flows, and banking system. Otegedde ekintu ekyo? Ngezaako kuyitamu wano olupapula lwa online wano lwa New Vision, oba ku mukutu gwa New Vision. Eyagezezzaako genda maaso okuba nga ate ewandiika. Tweyongeddeyo bagamba the report highlights the bill creates a parallel regulatory framework that overlaps with existing institutions such as the Bank of Uganda and other regulators, which could lead to confusion and increased compliance costs. Lawmakers further pointed to vague offenses like economic sabotage, warning that a lack of clarity could lead to arbitrary enforcement and discourage lawful activities such as journalism, research, and advocacy. The committee recommended sweeping amendments to narrow the scope of the bill. This includes limiting its application to individuals acting directly on behalf of foreign interests, exempting legitimate activities like business and academic work, and replacing strict approval requirements with a system of declaring foreign funds. It proposed reducing penalties, clarifying offenses, and removing provisions that grant excessive powers to the minister. Despite the concerns, the committee backed the bill's objective of safeguarding national sovereignty and recommended that it proceed to Parliament for second reading after the proposed changes are incorporated, of course. Purpose of the bill. The bill seeks to protect Uganda's sovereignty by regulating foreign influence, including registration of agents acting for foreign interests, control of foreign funding, prevention of external interference in governance and policy. Key findings: broad and unclear definitions. Terms like foreigner and agent of foreigner are too wide and could affect ordinary activities such as business, research, and diaspora support. Conflict with the Constitution. Sovereignty belongs to the people under Constitution, yet the bill shifts power towards the state. Excess powers to the minister. The Minister of International Affairs is given wide authority, raising concerns about abuse and a lack of checks and balances. Duplicating of regulation. The bill creates parallel systems that overlap with existing regulators like the Bank of Uganda and others. Economic risks. Restriction on foreign funding could disrupt remittance, investment, banking, and financial systems. Vague offenses. Crimes such as economic sabotage are not clearly defined, creating risk of misuse. Mwana wa mama. Impact on key sectors: academia, health, and innovation system could suffer due to limits on international collaboration. Stakeholders' concerns. Civil society groups warned of shrinking civic space. Private sector raised the fears of investment decline. Financial institutions flagged risks to economic stability. Researchers and health experts cautioned against disruption of partnership. Key recommendations. The committee proposed major amendments, including limit the law to agents of foreign influence, not all individuals. Exempt remittances, business, research, health, and religious activities. Replace approval system with a declaration of funds. Reduce penalties and clear define offenses. Remove excessive powers from the minister. Exclude regulated institutions like banks from the law. The committee supports the bill's objective but says it must be amended to align with the constitution, protect economic stability, avoid overregulation and abuse. The bill is recommended to proceed to Parliament with amendments. So, lunaku lwaliro kati bigenda kutandika. Yes, we are going live to the Parliament. Whoever tuned in KKTV Uganda, we are just remaining with just minutes to the Parliament. Whoever just joined us, we told you Zake, Honorable Zake Francis Butebi, already arrived at the Parliament. And the other MPs, Katulabe, Honorable Nalukola has also arrived at the Parliament. Katusoke tukuweko nkugambye video z'ababaka abamu wano ku nsonga ezimu ze boogerako naddala abo abatuuse ku Parliament. Katutandike ne Zaaki.
Leero nkedde ku Parliament wano naye si just kwewa makulu naye okutuuka ku Parliament awo n'obuuza Zaake nti ye gwani ng'oli musirikale. Kindaze nti leero ekiri ku Parliament kigenda kuba kyangu. SFC yonna ejjudde wano kika naye teri kuyisa bbiiru eno ejjako bannayuganda obwetengerere bwabwe okubanga omuntu kyali munnayuganda kuba omuntu teri asobola kusindikira kasente kuva bweru. Ebyo tubiganye ne bwe munaakola mutya.
Okay. Kakati oyo nno abadde Zake Francis Butebi gwe yakatigataka atamulabye. Kakati nno n'omubaka Mbwatekamwa abadde atuuka ate ne bamusalako. Nabyo njagala ngene maaso okuba nga ate mbikuwa we yakatuuka olabe ebibaddewo nga tetunnagenda live wali mu parliament naye ng'eddakiika yonna tugenda butereevu. Kakati wabula eddakiika meka inno wasigadde ntono parliament egenda kuba etandika. The parliament is going to kick off anytime from now. Kasooke tulabe Mbwatekamwa wano bw'ate abaddeko tugende maaso okuba nga tweyongerayo.
Comrades, I think we are still in bondage. I don't think we got independence. This morning, I woke up going to legislate because I was invited that there is a matter which is very pertinent for this country. If you've also heard about the sovereignty bill, the bill that is trying to defranchise Ugandans of their rights, either in Uganda or outside Uganda. So, we are invited. But the road to Parliament is completely blocked. They've put a barricade. Even members, because I'm sure my face is very familiar. All the police officers, they know even my face, however ugly it is. But accessing Parliament is very difficult. They blocked me. They are telling me to take another channel, another route of which I am not able to take. So my only option is to turn and drive back. But one wonders, a sovereignty bill, what is so special that it requires that they should deploy all this police, the SFC.
All right. That was Honorable Mbwatekamwa at that side. Or do you believe the protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 will genuinely protect Uganda's national interests? Or is it a tool to silence decent and restrict civil society? Do you believe the protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 will genuinely protect Uganda's national interests? Or is it a tool to silence dissent and restrict civil society? Mbeera bwete bwerigo wena yakategatako Mukutu Keke TV Uganda. I just need your comments down there. Comments za muwansao katulabe. Anytime from now, the parliament to kick off. Parliament egenda kubetandika eddakiika ezitali za wala nnyo. Gwe yakatugatako ku Mukutu Keke TV Uganda. Kangene maaso okubanga nsoma ku comments wano ng'ate bwe tulinda ekigenda maaso okubanga ate kiddako. Naye nga gwe ky'oba omanya olwaleero kigenda kubeera kirala mukko. Waliwo yagambye nti Keke twandiddamu okulaba ku kikonde. Okay. From your comments in the live chat down there, Mugabe Francis, consider Bank of Uganda governor report, otherwise inflation is gonna be high in Uganda. Okay, thank you for tuning in. Wamakale Jolzak, say no to sovereignty bill. That's how you are saying. Conseil Jim Fekwetuli nayo budde sawa yona. Beth Kagwa, thank you so much for tuning in. Ogambia will reject the bill. SP Mwesigwa, Ogambia reject the bill. Musosi Sula will reject the bill. We cannot accept that. Enough is enough. Hadija Chiberu, you are saying Ogambia nti nebwe bana biyisa tebijja kukola kuba abo bagenda naawe. You wait, beeyogeza. Hadija Kiberu bwoti bw'ogambye. Katende George ogambye we reject the bill. Lucy Sanyu ogambye reject the bill in the name of Jesus. Patrick Opio ogambye say no to the bill. Councilor Jim ogambye ebyo mateeka babivaako bakola bye baagala. Atamba Ashim ogambye we reject the bill. Joseph ogambye we reject sovereignty bill. Banange. Mubarak Nabongo ogambye ebukoma nsimbi oli live bali kubanga tekoli. Council Jim ogambye lino etteeka ligenda kukosa buli omu era singa kabatanda ne baliyisa bannange say no to the bill. Joseph, thank you for tuning in. Rashida Kibirige ogambye nze njagala bayise etteeka. Tufunyeyo nno omuntu omu ayawukanye ku balala. Rashida Kibirige agambye ayagala etteeka liyise era nga yategeezezza nti accept the bill. Katulindeko tulabe wano. Hadija Kiberu webale kubanga tekoli. Rashida nkutumiddeko nnyo webale kubanga tekoli ku Mukutu Keke TV Uganda. Nsonga bwezito wezitambula. Muhindo Jonan, thank you for tuning in. Joseph Ogaya Museveni wants to lindako. Okay. We are going to the parliament. Let me first check what is going on. Katulabe ekigenda maaso ku parliament. Tulabikenge ensonga zonna twongera okuzibatuusaako. Gowena yakategatako. Kakati ngati tunagenda maaso gwe yakatwegatako njagala olabe akatambika Lutamaguzi. Saagala kwogera bingi kati njagala nsooke mbawe akatambika no naddala gwe ataabaddeko. Waliwo bye njagala weetegereze nga tetunnatandika parliament y'olunaku olwaleero.
Omukulu gavana wa Bank of Uganda ekifo kye kirabika baakifunyeemu omuntu omulala mukulu w'ettiimu. Kino kikubuulidde sikulabye ng'omubaka naye ekifo kyo gwe lwe wazze wano n'okuba sovereignty bill Bank of Uganda lwe bajja ne bagibba. Can you really things go and steal from Bank of Uganda? Kati ekifo kye baakifuniddemu omulala omwana waabwe omu alabika akuze kati gwe baagala okuteekawo yensonga lwaki baleese emboozi ezo bagenze ne babba Bank of Uganda oba we yazze wano mu committee n'ayogera professionally kubanga these professional guys came under the invitation of clerk of parliament. Kati we yazze wano n'akozesa omutwe gwe independently enkeera ge mawulire okujjamu mu Bank of Uganda baagibye. Don't be surprised ng'omukulu oyo gavana bamugobye. Don't be surprised when the governor of Bank of Uganda will very soon be relieved of his duties because a day he came here and testified against the sovereignty bill. The following days when people attacked the Bank of Uganda and stole relevant items from the bank. So he has to be very careful. Kino sogedde ngo ow'ebyobufuzi nenjogedde ngo omulanzi. Governor wa Bank of Uganda bagenda kumugoba. Kasita yazze wano nayogerera bill y'omukulu because this is Museveni's bill. The bill is not for Uganda. This is Museveni's bill promoting monarchy oba obwakabaka bwe. Kakati governor okuva olunaku lwaleero alina okuwokinga okuba ekifo kye kigenda. Alright. Mbeera bwete bwerigo wena yakategasako naawe eyatandise naffe okuva gye twatandikidde. Webale ekyokola kyamaanyi nnyo nnyini ddala. Tugenda butereevu ku parliament okulaba ate ensonga wezigenda okutambula olunaku olwaleero. Naddala gwe yakategata nkugambye amagye ne police bigenda maaso okuba nga biteevuunya nga buuka wali ku parliament nga bagenda maaso okuba nga ate
betegekera okusoma etteeka lya Sovereignty Bill 2026. Kinajjukirwa nti buli tteeka lino buli tteeka nga linyiga Bannayuganda bwe liba linaayisibwa embeera tetera kwawukanako neeno eriwo olunaku olwaleero. Ogenda n'olaba abasajja nga badiployinze n'ogamba ye leero kyekiri ku parliament, kumbe etteeka liteekebwateekebwa okukola olitya okuyisibwa. So kati tulinde tulabe wayinza okubaawo kyawukana ne ku ekyo kye tulowooza atomanya, naye katulinde tulabe. Naye nga Bannayuganda abasinga bwengezaako okulaba mu live chat wano, etteeka buli omu aligoba bugobi. So katulinde tulabe gwe wenna ampuliriza parliament kikyegenda okusalawo olunaku olwaleero. Bwe twogerera nga dakiika ze zibulayo okulabika nga ate tutandika, gwe wenna ampuliriza, we are just left with only few minutes to start. As I've told you, heavy security has been deployed around the parliament with the military and the police sealing off key access routes and restricting entry for both MPs and staff. This comes ahead of 2 p.m. plenary sitting where legislators are set to debate the controversial Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, which will be tabled for its second and third readings. Katulabe lunaku lwaleero gwe wenna ampuliriza mbeera bwetyo bwekyali. Kugambye mubaka Joel Ssenyonyi Lop avuddeyo n'ayogera olunaku olwaleero nga parliament enaba kubanga ate egera maaso okubanga ate etuula, era kagende maaso okubanga ate mpita mu bigambo bye nga bwe ndaba wano tujja live nkugambye we are coming live direct to the parliament. The leader of opposition Joel Ssenyonyi ye lwaki nkusomera nga kankulagekoko katono wano tulabe kale nga bwe tulinda okulabika nga ate parliament etandika. Nkugambye parliament egenda kuba eggulako akawuuwo oba egenda kuba egibwako akawuuwo saawa yonna okuva kati wenjogerera bino, otegedde? So tulindemuko katono, parliament egenda kuba nayo etandika. So the leader of opposition Joel Ssenyonyi has convened an opposition caucus ahead of the debate on the controversial Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, which is scheduled for its second and third readings. At the same time, the NRM caucus is also meeting to align its position before 2 p.m. plenary sitting. Both camps are preparing their MPs on how to approach the bill, as debate is expected to draw intense political interest in parliament. Lunaku lwaleero katulinde tulabe. Kugambye meeting zigenze maaso n'okuba nga tezitulwa ku side za opposition ne side eri ya NRM, nga bano bagenda maaso n'okuba nga ate bayitiramu ababaka baabwe oba ba MPs baabwe ku nsonga watya we balina okukwata etteeka lino, otegedde? Babayitiramu bannange. Katulinde tulabe lunaku lwaleero. Mukutu Keke TV Uganda kwoli dakiika kakati ziri 43 zakayita mu ssaawa 7 ag'emisana g'olunaku olwaleero. Parliament decides on the Sovereignty Bill 2026. It is going to happen right here live. All right, kakati katugende live, of course katugende live parliament. Bwengezako kulaba wano ensonga kakati zigenda kutandika gwe wenna ampuliriza. Katugende live essaawa zino. We are going live. Share the video. We are going live to the parliament. Share the video right now. We are going live to the parliament. Please share the video. Whoever tuned in, whoever watching. We are going live to the parliament right now. Yes, we are now live. Kakati tuguse. We are live. Those are some of the members of the parliament who have just arrived at the parliament, and still they are still coming. Balala bachajja. Ababaka bakatuuka ku parliament bebo. Nga bogenda maaso n'okubanga ate olaba era enteekateeka zitandise okubanga zikwajja. Ajukira nti parliament y'olunaku luwalero egenda kuba etandika ku ssaawa 8, which means tusigaza eddakiika 15 ebenga ejjibwako akawuuwo. We are only left with 15 minutes. The parliament is going to start. So that is the current situation that is happening right now. Mbeera bwete bwerigwa wena eyakategatako ku mukutu keke TV Uganda. Parliament egenda kutandika. Embeera bwete bweri parliament egenda kutandika era ngenda kubankuwa eddoboozi nga etandise. Tulabike okubanga ensonga zonna ozifuna butereevu okuva wali mu parliament. Yes, parliament, we are live right now. We are live at the parliament. Era nga ensonga zonna bwezityo zikyayimiridde. Likinga video, sharinga video, naddala gwe wenna eyakategatako mu kaseera kano. Yes, parliament egenda kutandika. Gwe wenna eyakategatako embeera bwete bweri wali ku parliament. Nsonga bwezityo wezikyatambula. Parliament egenda kuba etandika. Kakati tulindiridde ffenna tulabe watya etteeka ligenda kuyisibwa oba ligenda kusuulibwa mu kasero. So mbeera bwetyo bwekyali gwe wenna eyakategatako. Masereka, thank you for tuning in. Ogambye if the bill passed, make sure Uganda is going to hell. First see the economy of the country called Uganda. You
check sound.
Okay. Kugambye parliament egenda kutandika. Akadde akatali kawala nnyo. Parliament egenda kuba etandika.
Sound check.
Bagenda maaso n'okubanga ate bacheckinga sound. Sound egenda maaso n'okubanga checkingibwa. The parliament is starting soon.
Testing.
Ababaka ab'enjawulo bagenda maaso n'okubanga ate bayingirawo. Sharinga video mwana wa maama. Nkugambye olunaku olwaleero ku parliament kigenda kubeera kikambwe. Parliament egenda kuba etandika. Sharinga video. Share the video. The parliament is starting. The parliament is starting. Please share the video. Like the video right now. Mbeera bwete bwekyatambula. Naddala gwe yakategatako ku mukutu keke TV Uganda. So nga bwezityo of course wezikyali bwetyo bwetukyatambula. Gwe wenna ampuliriza era nga buli kimu tugenda kuba tukikutuusaako nga bwe kigenda maaso okubanga ate kitambula. So sharinga video. Sharinga video. Eddakiika kakati wabulayo 10 parliament etandike. Only 10 minutes remaining. Parliament ebenga ate etandika. Alright. Mbeera bwete bweri. Sharinga video. Parliament egenda kuba etandika. gwe wenna eyakategattako nakunyonyodde gwe wenna eyabadde naffe ate naawe eyakategattako yessaawa omanye bino oba oli awo. That is the sound check from Parliament as they prepare for today's sitting. Kakati bwe yakatwegattako nkugambye sabbiiti 2 eziyise ababaka abatuula ku kakiiko akagatte ak'ebyamateeka n'ebyokwerinda babadde bawuliriza endowooza z'abantu ab'enjawulo ku bbago ly'etteeka ery'obwetengereze era ng'ebitundu 98 ku buli 100 eby'abantu abaalabikako eri akakiiko ebbago lino balisimbira ekkuuli. Ku lunaku olwokutaano ababaka abatuula ku bukiiko buno beevuma akafubo ko katulabe sorry mugambe ku lunaku olwokutaano omanyi nkebera wano bwe nkebera wano kati ebimu bimbuzabuza mugambe ku lunaku olwokutaano ababaka abatuula ku bukiiko buno beevumba akafubo ku woteeri ya Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort okubaga lipoota eyawamu gye bagenda okuleeta mu Parliament olunaku olwaleero mu lutuula Parliament lwesuubirwa okuyisa ebbago lino lifuuke etteeka oba okukkiriziganya n'okusaba kw'abantu ebbago lino ligere maaso n'okuba nga lisuulibwa mu kasero. Akawungezi k'eggulu twalabyeko obutaami nga busaasaanya emitimbagano ng'abamu batandise ng'ababaka nkugaya bagenda maaso okuba nga ababaka nga bagenda maaso okuba nga bakangula ku maloboozi baabuze kateno begwe ne mu malaka. Kati omupiira gusigadde mu ngalo z'ababaka abagenda okutuula olunaku olwaleero nga betulinze batya bwe bagenda okusalawo oba bayisa ebbago lino oba okuwuliriza amaloboozi g'Abannayuganda agaavuddeyo okuwakanya ebbago lino. Parliament egenda kutandika ku ssaawa 8. Parliament to start at 2 p.m. Before, let me first give you this video. Nga Parliament enaba kubanga egenda maaso waliwo ka video akanyumidde nnyo kenjagala nsooke mbateekemu wano Parliament nga nayo bwetandika. Lopu Joel Ssenyonyi mulala muko katulabe kansooke sharinge ka video yako Parliament nga bwetandika.
I'm with the speaker. Chairman, come down. Chairman, come down. Let the speaker first rule. Come down. Chairman, please come down. The speaker hasn't ruled yet. Chairman, let the speaker rule. You're not the speaker. Just come down. Right, Speaker, I'm still trying to get your attention on this matter. Okay, so the speaker had said that I mentioned the names of the members who are standing so that we are sure they are 40. Legal Committee Chairman, the speaker has issued a directive. It's what I'm following. Please come down. Right, Speaker, I'm now reading the names. Right, Speaker, I'm reading the names of the members who are standing.
Madam Speaker.
Let me now read the members who are standing.
Madam Speaker.
Right, Speaker. Right, Speaker. Each of the members is going to mention their name So that we confirm we are more than 40. I would like that we follow the rules. So as I've drawn it to the Speaker's attention, we are more than 40, but following the rules, the Speaker would like to confirm that we are actually more than 40. So with your indulgence, each of the members standing will mention their names so that we are sure they are more than 40. My name is Joel Senyonyi and I represent the people of Nakawa West. That's number 1.
My name is Nyakata Sinas. I represent the people of Hoima City and the Shadow Minister.
Order, Madam Speaker.
My name.
Yes, alright. Kakati parliament eri mu kuteekateeka okulabika nga ate etandika. Okay. Parliament eri kuteekateeka okulabika nga ate etandika. The parliament is preparing to start right now. So that has just been the video way back. Now we are live at the parliament and it is going to start at exactly 2 p.m. Katulinde tulabe ubwo wenna ampuliriza ali ku Mukutukeke TV Uganda webale kubanga ate okyatwekuumiddeko sharinga video katulabe mbera bwetyo bweri gwe wenna yakategattako. Twagala tulaba olunaku lwaleero abiggwera wa parliament nkugambye egenda kutandika ssaawa 8 gwennyini ogw'emisana g'olunaku lwaleero era nga we are just remaining with only 4 minutes from now the parliament to start. Tusigazza eddakiika 4 zokka. This one is Kwero Derek. He's saying that bill was passed the day it was tabled. How you are continuing saying all these meetings and deliberations were just to make Ugandans aware of it and prepare them to embrace it. There is nothing Ugandans can do, okay? Sure? Are you sure? No, let's first wait today's parliament kubanga lwe lunaku lwegenda okusalawo ababaka bagenda okusalawo either bill eyita oba teyita. Katulabe Juma Bogere ogambye obuzibu Ugandans we always think internet or social media can remove the dictator and his government is okay. Parliament sawa yonna etandika kakatubuza eddakiika 3. We are now waiting one person, I think. Kati parliament ndowooza erinze omuntu omu yekka, right? Katulabe mbeera bwetyo bweri. Mbeera bwetyo bwekyali ago wenna atumudde mu Mukutukeke TV Uganda. Parliament ndowooza erinze omuntu omu yekka, Right Honorable Speaker Anita Among, okulabika nga ate ensonga zitandika. So mbera bwetyo bwerigo wenna yakategatako. That is the current situation at the parliament, which is going to kick off at 2 p.m. So far as we see, we are just remaining with 1 minute the parliament to kick off. Yes. We are just 1 minute. Tusigazza eddakiika emu yokka parliament okubanga etandika. We are just 1 minute the parliament to start, of course. So embeera bwetyo bweri.
Don't worry. I was away for 10 years. That's why I was using Japan. 10 years I was away.
Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Just a humble, innocent person. What do we propose?
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in infinite and prudential goodness have appointed us leaders and parliaments for the society just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon the urban favor of these your servants, whom have been pleased called to perform such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon the assembled, and grant that they may, in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come at their deliberation, in so just and follow manners promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those interests you have committed to their church.
Honorable members, can we have silence?
Item 2.
And free sitting.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication. 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting. As you recall, on Tuesday, 21st April 2026, I guided that the committees that had pending business should expedite and conclude with the reports, and I'm happy some of the committees have done it. And as we are leaving 11th Parliament, we should be able to leave 11th Parliament clean. Whereas I adjourned the House and dine on Thursday 24th, 2026, need has arisen because some committees are ready with their work and they are ready to report to the House, and we should be able to consider what is on the order paper. Honorable members, you will also note that we are now at the tail end of the 11th Parliament. As such, it is our best interest to ensure a smooth transition from the 11th Parliament to the 12th Parliament by leaving nothing behind. I want to request members to cooperate with us and we ensure that we finish what is pending. I should be able to give you the Last Supper on the 8th. On 8th, we should be able to give the Last Supper. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I came here but left my heart out because of the unusual deployment. Outside, it's as if Parliament has become a barracks. Soldiers, including UPDF, who are always not here, they came here 8 in the morning. These UPDF listening posts. But there are also faces that are unusual that I have seen in Parliament. So I am raising this procedure, Madam Speaker, seeking assurance from you that what happened the day we processed the Coffee Amendment Bill won't happen today. That day, rights were switched off and people we don't know entered Parliament and kidnapped MPs. So can we get assurance, Madam Speaker? I even saw SCOI. We bought them to go and fight agents of foreign interests, but they are here fighting Parliament. So can we be assured, Madam Speaker, of our safety?
Honourable members, so long as you're in this house, you're all very safe. And unfortunately, I didn't see the deployment. Maybe because I came through the lift. They ran away from me. Hey, but they will not harm my people. Panadol is also here. You know, when there is a last supper, everybody has to come. Next item. I'm also happy to see Lop. My Lop. Next item.
Item 4.3 on the order paper, laying of papers, supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honourable members, on 30th April 2026, the Office of the Clerk of Parliament received a supplementary expenditure schedule 5 of financial year 2025-2026. Can I have order? Honourable members, this supplementary schedule is of an agency. I remember Dr. Kefa raised an issue on the election of LOCs, and the schedule was there, but we did not have the minister then to come and present. We have issues like payment of arrears for local government staff. We have issues like preparation of AFCON. They are all in this supplementary schedule. And because of this agency, I want to request the House that we consider this supplementary. And pursuant to Rule 161 of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to move a motion to that effect. And then after moving a motion to that effect, we will now request someone to move a motion on suspension of this bill going to the committee. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I am concerned that you're inviting somebody called the Minister of Finance. I have read the Twitter handle of my brother, the President of the Republic of Uganda. His Excellency Joel Kaguta Museveni says, "Today I chaired the final cabinet meeting of the outgoing government and later hosted members to a luncheon in appreciation of their dedicated service to the country. This is the cabinet that ushered in Uganda into middle income status. And I thank everyone who contributed to this achievement, including cabinet secretaries, for effectively managing." Now, these people, having had their final supper yesterday, actually last evening, and the president saw them off, wishing them well. And now, we are here still claiming we have ministers. Do we have a cabinet? Guide me, Madam Speaker. The owner of the cabinet dissolved it.
First of all, that is not a treat from your brother. That treat is not from the President of the Republic of Uganda. And being one of the best lawyers in town, you know when cabinet stops. You're now talking about a treat. I didn't know that even a senior advocate would believe in a hearsay, because the law is very clear. Their term of office ends on the day the president is being sworn in. That is on 12th. That's when you can also be appointed as a Minister of Constitutional Affairs. No, that was just a treat. It is not from the President. Yes, Nathan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you talk of a supplementary, we came in here during our campaigns. We passed a supplementary for Minister of Works, 1.6 trillion. When we met them, they had only got a pantry of 500 billion. The roads are in a bad state all over the country. So what does a supplementary mean? I thought it would be money directly to go into our roads. The money never reached them. So there is no use of passing a supplementary when the money cannot go to the beneficiaries. It's just like...
So we should not have election for LOC 1s, LOC 2.
No, how sure that the money will go there? We would want to be assurances.
Honorable Nathan.
You would rather leave the elections but have roads repaired. That's why we pass, all of us.
Why didn't you say we would rather not have your elections as a member of parliament?
You could have even postponed, I wouldn't mind. What we are after is Uganda having roads
Nathan,
pass.
Nathan, you're saying like that because you escaped narrowly. Otherwise, somebody was going to whip you. Next item.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay on table the supplementary schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 amounting to Uganda shillings 1 trillion 105 billion 163 million. I beg to move. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. That is under Rule 160, Sub-Rule 1 of the Rules of Procedure, seconded by Isaac, by Peter, by Buheshu, by Honorable Bahati, by Honorable Obua, Chwero, by the hollow side. Abe, Elinos, Ibanda, Kisa, Gabriel, Eric, Mariam, Mero, Elijah, Max, Akol, Aru, Okot, Sentai, Angura, Fox, Tom, Kinovere, by the majority. Honorable members, please enter in. Honourable members.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the supplementary schedule number 5 was administratively presented to the office of the Speaker on 29th of April 2006, and I have just also laid it on the table formally.
Correction, on 30th.
Oh no.
It was on 30th.
Madam Speaker, I wish to correct the date as 30th April 2026. And Madam Speaker, I wish to present the details of this schedule as follows. Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, there's a procedure matter.
Madam Speaker, the Minister, as per the order paper and rules, he has laid the schedule. But he's also going ahead to do something the rules don't provide. That he's explaining. I don't know under which rule. The Honourable Musasi has been here wrong. The Speaker suggested to you, but being NRM, you didn't even hear, that if you want to proceed to the next stage, you move Parliament. You don't just raise up as if you are herding cows. You have laid. Now you are justifying. What are you justifying under which rule?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The supplementary has been laid. Yes, Honourable Fox.
Motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, pursuant to Rule 17 of the Rules of Procedure of the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, I beg to move that the House be pleased to suspend Rules 163, 4 and 5 of the Rules of Procedure to enable this Honourable House to consider supplementary expenditure number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026 without prior referral to the Budget Committee. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by the Prime Minister of Republic of Uganda, the Government Chief Whip, Honourable Bahati, Honourable Musasisi, Honourable Insibambi Yusuf, Honourable Ichwero, by the hollow side. Thank you. Can you justify why you're moving that?
Right Honourable Speaker, supplementary expenditure number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026 makes provisions for critical areas of expenditure. Expenditure area number 1 is elections for local council 1. Our democratization processes require that we carry out elections all the way to the lowest units of our administration. It's imperative that we provide resources to enable the people of Uganda exercise their democratic rights to elect their local council 1. Number 2, it provides for AFCON. This is one of our flagship projects. We bidded for AFCON. We bidded to host AFCON with other East African states. We need to make provisions for that item. It also provides for the swearing-in ceremony of the President of the Republic of Uganda. This is a culmination of the hard-earned efforts of the people of Uganda who elected their president we have to provide for the swearing-in ceremony. Lastly, it provides for salary arrears. The people who work for the Republic of Uganda have to be paid. And as a parliament, we have to make provisions for the payment of salary arrears. I request, honorable colleagues, that you support the supplementary expenditure number 5 of 2025-2026.
Yes. You can debate. It has no problem.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The reasons given by both the Minister and the Honourable Fox Odoi, on the face of it, sound reasonable. But let me question the commitment of our servants in government and those that make budgets. When we were enacting the Public Finance Management Act, we put conditions for supplementaries. There are certain things which are foreseeable. Number one, who in government did not know that we shall have a swearing-in ceremony for the president-elect, and that the functions surrounding that are funded from taxpayers' money, from the budget? Who did not know that the election of LCs are long overdue? For us to be here stampeded into making provision for monies over items we knew. Who did not know that there are servants serving the Republic of Uganda who are supposed to be paid from our coffers? How does someone, the minister, come here today to tell us that you want a supplementary to pay salaries less than a month to the next budget?
Thank you.
I oppose.
Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, before I present the details of the supplementary, I want to appreciate Honourable Segona for his concerns. For an item in the law, Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act is very clear. For an item to qualify for supplementary, it must have been unforeseen at the time of budgeting or unavoidable. Madam Speaker, without wasting much time, I want to be specific. Looking at an item of swearing in, it is true we foresaw that there was going to be swearing in of the president on 12th of May, and we provided the funding to that effect. But what has arisen, what we provided and what is required is different. So what we are asking for is over and above what we provided at the time of budgeting, which is allowable. Madam
It is basically 3 billion shillings.
It is only 3 billion shillings. Madam Speaker, how I wish the House...
Members, can we have order?
Madam Speaker, I now come to the details of this supplementary schedule.
Now let me hear from the shadow minister of finance. But
Madam,
in the meantime, we in the VIP gallery we have the members elect 12th Parliament. We have Honorable Sumaya Nabawanuka from Obende. You're most welcome. Stop that no-go. Can you clap for my members? We have Honorable Karungi Annette, Woman MP Kabarole. We have Honorable Tracy J. Anthony, Isingiro West. We have Honorable Katoto Sylvia, Woman MP Chibuku. We have Honorable Goire Moses, Budaka County. We have Honorable Arinaitwe Sylvia, Woman MP Ruchiga. We have Honorable Ntabasi Harriet from Bwamba County. You're almost welcome. In the VIP gallery also, we have the former Member of Parliament and the Secretary General of Uganda People's Congress, Honorable Bill Fred. They are all here to witness the proceedings. Yes, Honorable Semujo.
I think, Madam Speaker, people who are seated next to my brother, the Honorable Musasizi, you will need to apply a speed meter. Right now, we are still debating the motion to suspend the rules. For the third time, he's going to elaborate on what is in the schedule. And I want Madam Speaker to concentrate on the motion moved by the Honorable Fox Odoi. Appropriation is one of the key functions of Parliament. If you look at Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act, we are required, before we authorize government to spend money, to look at their procurement plans, to look at work plan, and the cash flow. That is a matter of law that the Honorable Fox Odoi, you cannot suspend. Because that suspension means that you are also suspending the requirement under Section 12 of the Public Finance Management Act. And the reason is that you are going to spend people's money. Their representative must look at the work plan, procurement plan, and cash flow. I don't want to accuse you of also, Honorable Fox, of leading.
Honorable Semuju, Section 12 is on the annual budget. We are talking about a supplementary.
I agree, Madam Speaker, supplementary is part of the budget because we are supplementing the budget, not something else. So the point I make, Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no way this Parliament seated here will look at procurement plans, will look at work plan and cash flow, and then authorize government to go and spend money. The Minister, and I want to thank him, he said you already have money for the swearing-in ceremony, you want more. That's the very reason why the Public Finance Management Act was made, for us to look at the money that we gave you, if it's not enough, and we do that by looking at the procurement, we look at the work plan, and then authorize you. But for you to come here and blindfold all the MPs and say there is a swearing-in ceremony, because being in hurry does not absolve you of the responsibility of following the law. Because you are in hurry, so you are absolved. You are not. So I want to hear the Honorable Fox Odoi, a lawyer, telling us whether you can also suspend the requirements of the Public Finance Management Act. If there is a provision in any law allowing you to suspend the law, then you can deal with the rules. So, right on, I'll ask you later to speak as the Shadow Finance Minister. I am now debating like any ordinary MP, and I am opposed to this motion of Fox Odoi that is taking our responsibility of Parliament from scrutinizing requests from government.
Honorable Fox Odoi is only seeking for the House to allow him suspend. And you know how this can be approved. We shall put a question. But meanwhile, the Prime Minister, Vice President, and Prime Minister, you're all welcome for this session, as we also prepare for our last supper. Honorable members, Honorable members, I am putting a question that Rule 160, Sub-Rule 3, 4, and 5 be suspended to enable direct consideration of the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 by the House without referral to the Budget Committee and relevant sectoral committees. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 be approved by this House. Go to supply. Honorable members, just a minute. He moved the motion. Honorable Kema, Mr. Kema moved the motion. Mr. Kema moved the motion. I mean, he read and then when he's going to justify it. So, Honorable Minister, after the suspension, you justify. Can we first get a justification? No. Can we have a justification? Okay, I read the item on moving the motion.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Section 24 of the Public Finance Management Act states that the total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed 3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you will recall that Parliament approved supplementary expenditure schedules number 1, 2, 3, and 4 for financial year 2025-2026 as follows. Schedule 1, under 3%, 1,652.29 billion. Schedule 2, still under 3. Schedule 2 for roads above 3%, 1,696 billion. 3, supplementary schedule 3 above 3%, 4,776.11 billion. 4, supplementary schedule 4, transfer to NFA budget following rationalization, 22 billion. Totaling to 8,126.4 billion. Madam Speaker, subsequently, Cabinet approved supplemental expenditure schedule number 5 as follows. Within 3%, 519.002 billion. Above 3%, 586.161 billion. Totaling to 1,105,163,000,000. Right Honorable Speaker, this supplementary will be financed as follows. 1. Budgetary allocation 40.21 billion. Additional tax revenue stroke local revenue 6.25 billion. Additional external financing 72.90 billion. Reallocation efficiency in budget execution and cash management 985.80 billion. Madam Speaker, I now go into vote by vote. Madam Speaker, we will spend this supplementary under the following votes.
Honorable members, as you're near the switches, please don't switch off our light.
Number 1, vote 002, State House. Uganda shillings 300 billion to cater for classified expenditures. 2, vote 010, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Uganda shillings 3.8 billion to operationalize Kapeka Farm Service Center. 3, vote 144, Uganda Police Force, Uganda shillings 110.41 billion to finance additional security interventions and emerging contractual obligations owing to the 2026 general elections. This ensured peaceful general elections, as you should have all witnessed. Vote 017, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Uganda shillings 24.850 billion for partial payment for government acquisition of the Electromax 50 megawatt power plant in Tororo. This will enable government to commence the implementation of its energy policy mix that necessitates a 10% generation capacity from thermal power. Vote 126, National Information Technologies Authority, Uganda shillings 21.966 billion. This is additional financing for internet services under the National Information Technology Authority. This situation arose out of increase in internet usage during the financial year by MDAs and local governments following implementation of last mile connectivity. Vote 142, National Agricultural Research Organization NARO, Uganda shillings 20 billion. This is to cover operational shortfalls realized during the ongoing rollout of the antique vaccine. The shortfalls are for purchase of reagents, packaging materials, and recruitment of additional staff. Vote 015, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Uganda shillings 37.90 billion for capitalization of Uganda Development Corporation as an additional investment in Achak Sugar Factory. The second category is self-financing and budget-neutral supplementary requests over and above 3% legal limit, which require prior approval by Cabinet and Parliament, of a total of 586.16 billion for supplementary expenditure Schedule 5 that is above 3% legal limit. A total of 123.03 billion is self-financing and thus budget neutral. The self-financing stroke budget neutral supplementary includes the following: reallocation of Uganda shillings 40.21 billion to cater for additional wage, for recruitment of health workers under 19 referral hospitals. Honorable colleagues, there is a need to allocate wage of Uganda shillings 40.21 billion, currently budgeted for under Ministry of Health, to 19 referral hospitals. This is required to cater for recruitment and absorption of critical health workers that were previously being supported. Workers that were previously supporting these hospitals before suspension of USAID funding for essential health services. The beneficial referral hospitals are the following: Butabika Hospital, Arua Hospital, Fort Portal Hospital, Guru Hospital, Hoima Hospital, Jinja Hospital, Kawale Hospital, Masaka Hospital, Mbale Hospital, Soroti Hospital, Lira Hospital, Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, Mubende Regional Referral Hospital, Moroto Regional Referral Hospital, Naguru National Referral Hospital, Entebbe Regional Referral Hospital, Murago Specialized Women and Neonatal Hospital, Kayunga Referral Hospital, and Yumbe Referral Hospital. Number 2, Uganda shillings 9.92 billion for various local governments, which are also detailed in the annex. 1, Uganda shillings 1.44 billion as unspent balances under the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer Program UGIFT that were returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of financial year 2024-2025. This funding is required to enable the local governments meet the outstanding contractual obligations under the program for this year. 2, Uganda shillings 2.22 billion for the Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development USMAID project as unspent balances that were returned to the Uganda Consolidated Fund at the end of financial year 2024-2025. This funding is required to enable the local governments meet their contractual obligations and avoid.
Right Honourable Speaker, when you began in your communication at the beginning of the session, you did say, and I applauded you, that even as we exit, we must leave this parliament and the nation clean. Having lost in our attempt to block this supplementary, and pure as a Ugandan, I concede that we lost on that. What I do not concede to is that we have also lost the duty to scrutinize the documents. With the background I have given and the need to do the job you have called upon us to do, may I move that you find pleasure in suspending the proceedings for at least 15 minutes for us to be able to access the documents and follow the proceedings properly so that we support what we know.
Members, don't you have the report?
We don't.
You have the report? The document is online. It was uploaded. No. You know, I gave all of you iPads, and I know my dad here gave it to my little brother. So I actually gave my stepmother. So check what is on the iPad. Can you continue?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Uganda shillings 6.25 billion.
Honourable members, let's listen to this. These monies are going to hospitals. We are the ones who have been complaining hospitals don't have workers. And we are here. You will see. By the way, let me tell you, if you think you're going to waste my time for us not to finish, we shall finish. We are here to finish. I know my sister is not used to finishing, but today she will finish. Yes. Go ahead.
This is too much. Madam Speaker.
Order.
Madam Speaker, under this category, we have 6.25 billion to cater for the additional local revenue collected by local government votes over and above their respective appropriated budget.
By the way, I was joking on my sister. Yes.
And Madam Speaker, the local governments are the following: Arua City, Jinja City.
Can you hear on your local governments?
Madam Speaker, the local governments with additional local revenue are the following: Arua City, Jinja City, Lira City, Mbale City, Apache Municipal Council, Agago District, Budaka District, Bujiri District, Buhweju District, Burambuli District, Bushenye District, Dokoro District, Jinja District, Kaliro District, Kasese District, Chikube District, Koboko District, Chejegwa District, Chenjojo District, Chotera District, Mbarara District, Mitoma District, Moroto District, Nakapiripiriti District, Nakasongora District, Namisindwa District, Obonge District, Palisa District, Rwanda District, Rubirizi District, Ruchiga District, Sirongo District, Tororo District, among others. I can finish all. Madam Speaker, we have also provided for Uganda shillings 72.9 billion as additional disbursement by the World Bank for generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises GROW project. The World Bank approved and disbursed additional funds for generating growth opportunities and productivity for women enterprises project. These funds have to be utilized, or else the grant will be cancelled at the end of this financial year. Madam Speaker, I now come to the supplemental expenditures, which are above 3% legal limit that require additional financing. And the total is 463.15 billion, and the particulars are as follows. Uganda shillings, Madam Speaker, Uganda shillings 56.95 billion for LC1, LC2, and Women Council Committee elections countrywide as directed by Cabinet. These funds are required to support the Electoral Commission to fully implement the electoral roadmap as already approved by Cabinet. Number 2, Uganda shillings 29.57 billion for AFCON 2027 preparatory activities. Honorable members, Cabinet directed that we fully fund AFCON 2027, beginning with immediate requirement in this financial year 2025-2026. These funds are required to implement the urgent preparatory works, reduce implementation risk, and keep the overall AFCON 2027 preparation program on schedule. The activities include the following. 1, Uganda shillings 14.1 billion for preliminary works at Kabalega International Airport. This one will go to Ministry of Works. 2, Uganda shillings 8.03 billion for priority road works and associated support activities in the Chira Municipal Council. 3, Uganda shillings 3.06 billion for pitch improvement at Kadiba Football Stadium. 4, Uganda shillings 0.31 billion for branding of host cities and content production for the Destination Uganda documentary. 5, Uganda shillings 1.17 billion for Hoima City and Masindi Municipality to finance sanitation and road safety interventions. 6, Uganda shillings 1.02 billion for meteorological and aviation safety support system. 7, Uganda shillings 1.8 billion for water utility preparatory works for the Hoima cluster. Madam Speaker, we also require Uganda shillings 132.9 billion for outstanding obligations under Uganda Police Force. These obligations resulted from outstanding allowances and feeding expenses for special police constables hired during the general elections and contractual obligations for procurement of the 324 troop carriers. 2, Uganda shillings 23.21 billion as counterpart funding for wage to operationalize the newly constructed seed schools under the World Bank Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer UGIFT program. And the details are provided in the annex. 5, Uganda shillings 107.52 billion for wage, pension, and gratuity shortfalls resulting from in-year salary enhancement undertaken by the Ministry of Public Service. 6, Uganda shillings 110 billion to cater for classified expenditures under Vote 002 State House. And 7, Uganda shillings 3 billion to cater for budget shortfalls for the swearing in and inaugural ceremony of the President-elect 2026, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, under Vote 001, Office of the President. Madam Speaker, I had already earlier mentioned how this supplementary will be financed. I now conclude as follows. Honorable colleagues, given the critical nature of these expenditures requirements, I pray that you consider and pass this supplementary to enable government to meet these requirements as we come to close of the financial year, and all of them cannot wait for the new financial year. I beg to move for the House's consideration.
Thank you.
Right,
Thank you,
Honorable
Honorable Musasize. Also in the VIP gallery, we have Honorable Kitty Peter from Tow County, Boko. We have Honorable Atuhairaire Arthur Kazora from Ruhinda. You're most welcome. Thank you for coming. Yes, you've heard the supplementary that shadow.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, from what the Minister has read, in my opinion, nothing qualifies to be an emergency. But I want to begin by thanking NRM Whip for the good mobilization. There are colleagues I have not seen for more than a year. I want to thank them.
Honorable members, all these members of parliament have been coming here. Unless you're telling me you've been half blind. Leave my members of parliament, they have been coming to the house.
Madam Speaker, I agree. When we are processing the budget, all these seats were empty. But I want to thank them. I am only fearing, because last time when SFC invaded us, they were standing like many of those NRM MPs in the corners.
Honorable.
Can I now move
Honorable.
to the motion? Yes.
Honorable, I have told you the members of parliament are elected to be in this house. So when you say that you've not been seeing these members of parliament, that is an insult to yourselves.
And I am sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't mean to offend anyone. But if there are colleagues who have come for voting, Madam, you can ask them to excuse themselves. We need some air. These ones who are standing everywhere, they will be notified that voting has started.
Can you bring... There is an order. There is an order.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Is my senior friend and brother, Semuju, in order to begin calling us SFC like you do not know us. You have been seeing us in this house. And then you are there saying you want fresh air. So you are going to get out, I sit where you are seated. Because I'm respecting you to sit while you talk, and I'm here. So the order is Semuju in order to begin calling us SFCs when he knows that we are members of parliament, really. And then you want fresh air. You go out, we sit where you sit.
But Honorable Semuju, for me I have enough fresh air. If you're squeezed there, just bring your seat next to me. Come and sit next to me. Because to the best of my knowledge, this place is very high. The hair here is good enough for everybody. And nobody who is standing here is an SFC. Why do you
Madam
talk
Speaker,
about SFC?
I was just sympathetic. If they don't care, they can continue standing, and I withdraw. I was just sympathetic to them. But the motion, Madam Speaker, we have just considered the budget. In the budget, Madam Speaker, this government did not provide 4 billion for the National Curriculum Development Center to complete the new syllabus, especially for our children in senior 6 who are going to sit for exams. They never had 4 billion in the budget we have just finished. They also denied UNEB 80 billion to train teachers who are going to mark senior 6, the first group that is going to sit under a new curriculum. And in their mind, they have money to organize the ceremony. Because the president can be sworn in. When he captured the power, he was sworn in here at the staircases of parliament. And the sun rose and said, but you have children, 100,000. They are going to sit for exams. You did not find 2 billion for National Curriculum Development Center to complete their 34 subjects. You never gave UNEB 80 billion for them to train teachers to go and mark these children. And you have brought here money that we are going to have a ceremony, just eating. I don't know what's wrong with NRM people. So that you can deny our children an opportunity to study, and then you bring money here for eating. You should be ashamed of yourself. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Semuju now wants to go beyond his appropriation law to now budget execution. Madam Speaker, in the budget we passed, all those votes he's mentioning were appropriated money for. Yes. And what he's...
Honourable members, why are you shouting like we're in National
They were
Theatre?
appropriated for, but Madam Speaker, the common practice, which all colleagues know, that every vote comes to this House with unfunded priorities. So he's just taking us to the list of unfunded priorities, which is a wish list. There is what you want and what we can provide. And we were satisfied that what we provided is sufficient to make the votes run through the year. If there is anything along the way that we didn't provide for, if something occurs during implementation of the budget, we shall now come back here and ask for the money.
Honourable members, it is this same government that brought the new curriculum. And it is to the best interest of government to ensure that the new curriculum is implemented. Can I hear from the Prime Minister? Let me hear from Lob first before.
Madam Speaker, you see, there is a reason why our laws are to a great extent very clear. The Public Finance Management Act provides for supplementaries. They are within the law. But there is a coding, there is a justification for supplementary budget. Unforeseeables. I am struggling, really struggling, to understand how unforeseeable some of these things are, in all honesty. That we have got to do it in a haste. You said this is our last supper, our last sitting, you said. So I
did not say that.
You used the words last supper, Madam Speaker. I don't know what you meant. But you used it twice. Anyhow, Madam Speaker, we are closing down as Parliament, and we seem to be in a haste to appropriate money for what we are saying is unforeseeable. I am struggling to understand how unforeseeable some of these things are. We've talked about the inaugural ceremony. There is money for ATIAC. Right, Honourable Speaker, 37.9 billion. We have been here and we have screamed our voices hoarse about projects like ATIAC. There is another one, Day by a Farmer.
Honourable Musasi, I want you to listen on ATIAC.
Madam Prime Minister, don't interrupt Honourable Musasi. He needs to listen to these critical issues. We have talked about Day by a Farmer, which was given free money, 778 billion. Money was given to Inspire Africa Coffee Factory in Tungamo, 180 billion plus. Rocco, 260 billion shillings plus. Of course, there's Lubowa Specialized Hospital, which has become a white elephant. We then talked about ATIAC Sugar Factory. So far, 668 billion shillings over the years to ATIAC Sugar Factory. It's a factory I went to visit with colleagues. And there is no sugar coming out of there for the last couple of years. But every year we keep appropriating money. Now we are even bringing money through a supplementary for ATIAC Sugar Factory. Help me understand. Who is this ATIAC person that we have got to keep giving them money, billions of shillings on an annual basis, that now it even has to come through a supplementary, that it is an emergency? Right, Honourable Speaker, to the taxpayers who are watching us, we could be seen as conduits of fraud. Fraud is when you are paid for a service and you don't deliver it. You have given 668 billion shillings so far to ATIAC. No sugar is coming out of there, and this is free money. You want to add them money. For what? I don't understand.
Thank you.
Right, Honourable Speaker, the classified that's indicated here, within the 3% legal limit, 300 billion. Outside the 3%, 110 billion. That's a total of 410 billion shillings. Look, every country will have a classified budget. But you see, your classified budget has got to be tethered
to your revenue. You cannot be a heavily indebted poor country and you keep having trillions of classified budget. Now you have a supplementary for classified 410 billion shillings. A few days to the closure of government. What are you going to do in these few days for this classified of 410 billion shillings? Honourable Speaker, yes, our rules can be suspended and all of that, but these things should make sense to the taxpayer. They should make sense. Now, the taxpayer might try and understand you on the hospitals and so on, and hopefully that money will go to the hospitals. Because many times we pass money for some of these things and it is fired. When you read the accountability reports, you see money was transferred from this and taken to something else. So hopefully for the hospital money, it gets to do that. But help the taxpayer to understand this 410 classified budget billion. For a few days, government is closing down. Billions to Atiak sugar factory that you've been giving money. Nothing is happening there. I want to understand, Honourable Speaker. I genuinely want to understand from Prime Minister and her team. Help me and the taxpayer whom you're going to squeeze a lot more. You recently passed here more money, higher taxes on fuel and so on. So the taxpayer is paying for these things. Help the taxpayer to understand.
Thank you.
We are waiting.
Thank you. Honourable Musasizi.
Madam Speaker, I wish to clarify on the issue of 3% and above 3%. Madam Speaker, this schedule, I have justified it in 3 categories. We have expenditures which are within the 3% legal limit, amounting to 519 billion. And here, Madam Speaker, we have already spent. We have come here to seek for retrospective approval of the schedule. And this is where Atiak sugar falls, in the 3% which we have already spent. Then we have a schedule that is budget neutral. Then we have this one which requires additional financing where we need authority of parliament to spend amounting to 586.16 billion. Madam Speaker, in as far as the details of what we are doing under Atiak sugar is concerned, in the interest of synergy, I want to, with your indulgence, the Ministry of Trade can respond to the specific activities which...
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and colleagues. As all of you know, Atiak Sugar Factory is a project that is supported by government to transform the economy of northern Uganda. Many of you who come from northern Uganda know how important that project will be. Madam Speaker, we have funded Atiak Sugar Factory to do a number of activities. One is irrigation, and Atiak Sugar Factory is finishing up the irrigation system to help guard the changing weather so that there is proper production of the sugar cane. As we speak, Madam Speaker, I know members are very much concerned with when will the sugar from Atiak Sugar Factory be put on the market. I have good news for you. Atiak Sugar Factory will start producing sugar in the month of September this year. The irrigation has ended. 2026 will have sugar. So we should be able to support this sugar factory so that we have the factory running in September 2026.
Let's hear from the chairman of Acholi Parliamentary Group.
Right, Honorable Speaker. As a matter of truth, the people of Uganda, including myself, has been complaining a lot about Atiak Sugar Works. What Ugandans want to see is the sugar. But unfortunately, the production started in Atiak Sugar Works. But the sugar cane that was planted got finished within a very short period. And therefore, from that point, Honorable Speaker, can I get protection, please?
Members, can you listen to Honorable Akol? Honorable Akol?
Right, Honorable Speaker, from that point, production stopped. And what was resumed in the place was that at the time when we got the equipment for working on the garden, there is a lot of plantation that has been taking place, including irrigation. It is fortunate that some people among us here have reached the place. I personally visited Atiak. What I want us, including myself, who is also complaining, we need to be patient now and wait for the production to start. I am happy that as a Ministry of Trade, they have taken more steps to make sure that the money which is given in Atiak Sugar, some of the money will be paid back to the government, including taking some of the property of Atiak Sugar Works. And I must thank the Minister for doing that. Very soon, I think some of the property will become the property of offices of the members of parliament, even here. So for that matter, what I can assure you, Right Honorable Speaker, is that there is a lot of progress and production is going to start. That is all I can say. Thank you.
There is a procedure from Jonah.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm raising a point of procedure. The motion by Honorable Fox Odoi was carried in this House to the extent that instead of the minister being referred to the relevant committee, now the committee of the whole House is proceeding, not debating, is proceeding to interrogate the minister. And my question, where I require you to guide, at what point do you anticipate members of parliament to ask of the minister documents? At what point, for example, does the minister report to us that a resolution of this House, where you, Madam Speaker, you were presiding, had identified loopholes in corporate governance in Atiak? Government, which is a majority shareholder, has put way more money than what the company should have done. At what point are we going to satisfy ourselves that the figures attached and are being requested of us to approve has been answered by the minister? Even on the LC1 elections and LC2, it is not enough to come and say I need 66 billion for LC1, LC2. We need to see the list of all the villages attached, so that every member here can be sure that in my village I will not go back and they are going to ask me questions why village A is missing from the national list, and even 2. On the issue of the police, there is a figure here, Madam Speaker, of 56 billion. And the request is for reimbursement of police, special police constables. I can tell you, in Lira, and I think in many parts of the country, the special police constables have not been paid for the services they gave. And here the figure is saying reimbursement. Reimbursement presupposes that you had picked money from somewhere and paid them. But they were not paid for the work they offered. So at what point do we satisfy ourselves that actually this ministry had paid? So in terms of procedure, I'm asking you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dur. One, we are at the budgeting processing stage for us to approve this money to go to to be approved as supplementary. On the issues of accountability, we have accountability committees that verify what this man has gone to do. For instance, this goes to Kosase that has been managed by Honorable Segona. So it is Honorable Segona to tell us in his report that is going to bring whether the money is being used in a proper way or not. Yes, Lob.
Honourable Speaker, I seek your procedural indulgence. We were here a couple of months ago, and I was giving a report to this House about a Tiak sugar factory, which we give billions, no sugar coming out of there, They Biopharma, Inspire Africa Coffee, Rocco, and so on. The response by government was that we have acquired stake in a number of these entities. I then asked, where are the share certificates? Where are the valuation reports? Government conceded that for some of these, valuation had not happened. Honourable Speaker, I remember when money was being passed for They Biopharma, 723 billion at the time. We asked government, they said they had not carried out valuation. So we said, what stake are you buying if you don't know the value? You guided, Right Honourable Speaker, and you remember I disagreed with you. You said, let's pass the money. Then, government will hold that money before dispatching it to the entity, to the private company, until they do valuation. And you said they will bring the valuation report here before the money is dispatched. They have never brought that report. And I told you, once we have appropriated that money, we become functus official. The Attorney General of Uganda, the Honorable Chiriowa Chiwanuka Nsumikambi Mugambe, promised on this floor, on the Hansard, that he will come to this House and table share certificates and table valuation reports for these companies. That has never happened. But government keeps coming back for more money. What are we funding? Because when you say we have got stake, we are shareholders as government in each of these companies, where is the evidence? But also, before you acquire stake, you first do valuation. Good business people know that before you inject your money in a business to say, I'm buying, let's say 30%, what is that 30% worth? That's when you do valuation, and then you know, I am buying this much stake. These people lied to us because they have never produced those certificates. They've never produced the valuation report. So they told us a lie. Why then do you keep coming back for more money? You don't want to be transparent. Because what we want to know, you are asking us to appropriate money to what? We want that accountability. By the way, it's not even enough, Right Honourable Speaker, that sugar begins to come out of Atiak in September. As sure as day follows night, it's not going to happen. Because every year they keep promising us. But let's even say it comes out. The taxpayer is asking, what is my stake? Forget that sugar will come out of that private entity. What is the stake? Why don't you want to respond to these questions? But you want to keep coming, asking us for more money and all of that. No, we should not proceed this way, Right Honourable Speaker, in my view.
AJ.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the leader of opposition for his very loud submission. I'm a first time here. Loud, I heard him clearly. That's what loud means. I am a first time member of parliament like him, and I've since learned how things are brought to parliament. Normally, entities of government, where government has invested, there is an audit act. So we send the Auditor General who reports to Parliament on what has been found. I was advised that we don't just drop documents on the floor of yes, and I'm telling you, I was advised. So, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I would want to imagine that all the money that was audited, the Auditor General can give a report on that.
He has finished. You're putting order on him.
Madam Speaker.
He has finished.
Madam Speaker, under the Constitution.
He finished.
No, he gave. He's my good friend. He's my good friend.
He finished.
Under
Honorable members.
This is the chief advisor to government.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 be approved by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, kindly sit. My son, Francis.
Total recurrent expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honorable members, I propose a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 894 billion 548 million 183,558 shillings be approved as a total recurrent expenditure under the supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 894 billion 548 million 183,558 shillings be approved as a total recurrent expenditure under the supplementary expenditure number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Total development expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Can I have order? Can I have order? Honorable members, I propose a question that the total sum of Uganda shillings 210 billion 614 million 540,809 shillings be approved as a total development expenditure and a supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 210 billion 614 million 540,809 shillings be approved as a total development expenditure under the supplementary expenditure budget schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Grand total supplementary expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honorable members, I am going to miss some of you so much in the 12th Parliament. You're such amazing guys, eh? Honorable members, I propose a question that a grand total sum of Uganda shillings 1,367 shillings be approved as a grand total under supplementary expenditure schedule number 5 for 2025-2026 under the various votes that were deliberated or mentioned by the Minister of Finance and under the votes that are in the schedule. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put a question that a grand total sum of Uganda shillings 1,105,162,724,367 shillings be approved as a grand total supplementary expenditure under supplementary expenditure schedule for number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 for the various votes that are in the schedule. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move a motion for the House to resume and the Committee of Supply reports thereto.
I put a question that the House resumes and the Committee of Supply reports thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Stand up. Please sit. Please sit.
Report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the supplementary schedule number 5 for financial year 2025-2026 amounting to Uganda shillings 1,365,724,367 shillings and passed it without amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Supply.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of Supply for schedule number 5 of financial year 2025-2026 be adopted.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of Supply be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Member, thank you. I will instruct the clerk to capture the details and supply it to Finance. Next item.
Item 12 on the order paper. Bill second reading. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026.
You tell us.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, you recall that on Wednesday 15th, 2026, the Minister of Internal Affairs tabled the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 for the first reading. Pursuant to Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the bill was referred to a joint committee of Defense and Internal Affairs and Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. The committee has concluded the consideration of the bill and is ready to report. And pursuant to Rule 136(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I will invite the Minister to move his motion for the second reading before I will give you to bring your issue. Please. Honorable, let him first move, then I will give you to bring your issue. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the bill you have invited this House to consider is a government bill. I saw a tweet by the head of government and a letter signed by retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa.
Sabalwanyi.
That's not part of the names. So, in his letter, Right Honorable Speaker, he actually disowned.
Is it in his letter?
Yes.
Can I
Let
have
me
a
submit, Right Honorable.
No, I want us to talk with evidence. Can we lay the letter on table?
I came prepared, Madam Speaker. Here is a copy of the letter. I am tabling it.
I have never seen a letter from State House in white.
Madam Speaker, this is a copy of the letter, and I am tabling it. Normally we table documents, then they can be processed and authenticated and so on. But let me raise the point I was raising, Madam Speaker. In this letter, he disowned the bill that was tabled by the Minister of State for Internal Affairs. In fact, he was appalled, wondering what it is that we were debating. Also, what bothered me, Madam Speaker, in his letter he said he called the two chairpersons of committees regarding this bill. I don't know how procedurally that gets to be correct, that now the executive gets to meddle directly, because it should be you, Madam Speaker, to call chairpersons of committees, guide them and so on. But if they are getting guidance from the executive, it's a problematic issue. Madam Speaker, the Attorney General and the Minister of State for Internal Affairs went back to the Joint Committee and they made amendments to majority of the clauses in the bill. Please note, for those who have been following, amendments to majority of the clauses in the bill. For all intents and purposes, Madam Speaker and colleagues, this was now a new bill. For all intents and purposes. And by the way, there is precedents that have been set by this House, even in the previous Parliament, where...
Honourable members, I want you to listen to Lob. Lob is saying, after...
Let me actually say what I am saying. I'm glad you are protecting me from some noisy colleagues.
This becomes a new bill. What I would only ask, Did the new bill change the objective of the old bill? You continue.
Madam Speaker, and I'm glad you're asking that question, because the entire foundation of the bill was torn apart, and no wonder the initiator.
There's a procedure.
But I rose procedurally, Madam Speaker.
No, I gave
procedure cannot counter procedure.
No, I gave you space to speak.
But I raised.
Is yes an order?
An order cannot. Honorable, you've been around for some time. You know that procedure takes precedence. You're going to mislead the new MPs who are coming in the 12th Parliament. They need to know and learn from people. Let me proceed in earnest, Madam Speaker.
But Honorable Lob, I want to put this on record that we do not have a new bill. We only have one bill. I am the custodian of the law in Parliament. If the President wanted to make a change in that, in the law, in the bill, the President ought to have informed me. I am not aware of that. It has not come to my attention. I am the one processing the bills here. So if he sent it for public, and if he called the chairpersons, he's one of the Ugandans whom we should consult.
Madam Speaker, I'm glad you're saying you were not informed, and that's part of the problem I'm raising. Why was this House not informed? Especially because majority of the clauses were amended. Madam Speaker, please protect me from noisy colleagues. You always tell us that this is not a market.
Colleagues, please let the Honorable Lob finish. Let Honorable Lob finish his submission. No. Honorable members, let's be calm. I am the custodian of the law here. I don't have a new law. I don't have a new bill. So after Honorable has finished, I will ask the minister to move his bill. You finish.
Thank you. So as I was saying, this is me saying, and you will rule and guide. For all intents and purposes, as far as I am concerned, this then became a new bill because majority of the clauses in the bill were changed. And there is precedents where ministers have been told, no, those so many amendments, just withdraw the bill and reintroduce it perhaps. What the Minister for Internal Affairs and Attorney General should have done was to withdraw this bill.
Honorable Lob,
But Madam Speaker, you're not even allowing me to submit.
Honorable
Let me submit. You're the one going to rule.
Please, Honorable Lob, my brother. Honorable Lob. Honorable Lob. Honorable Lob. Can I have order? Can I have order? We have now started debating in anticipation. We don't know what the bill is. When the minister moves his bill, that's when we can reject. Please make my work easy. No, you leave Honorable Lob to finish. Switch on.
Madam Speaker, actually I am seeking to make your work easier. Really, if you capture what it is that I'm saying. Because they are moving it for the second time. And for me, what I was saying is you should have been moving to withdraw the bill. That's my opinion. And you're going to give your ruling, Madam Speaker. So, no, but they called for reading of the bill for second and third reading.
Okay.
So let me finish the issue that for me I am raising.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, also, stakeholders...
What is the procedure matter that you are raising now?
So, the procedural matter I'm raising is, should the Minister of Internal Affairs be withdrawing his bill, and then he goes back for consultation.
Can I answer that first? Can I answer that first? Maybe it will form your second question. That the Minister of Internal Affairs should be moving his motion for the second reading. Because as far as I know, I have not been given another motion. I only have one motion. So you will move your second motion for the second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad on record you have said you were not notified of a second one. That's something we are going to interrogate, because like I'm saying, as far as some of us are concerned, it's a second one. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee report to this bill here leaked, and it is in the public domain. It was first shared on our parliament platforms. Media houses have shared it. It is all over. Honorable Speaker, on 18th of January 2023, you were seated in the chair you're seated in, and I was standing on this very microphone. I was chairperson of COSASE. I rose to present a committee report for COSASE on Uganda Airlines. And you said, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to quote you verbatim what was on the Hansard. You said, there was a leakage of the Uganda Airlines report. A property of this parliament cannot leak, and we continue debating on it. Those were your exact words captured on the Hansard. Honorable Speaker, this report has leaked. So, given that precedent which you said, are we going to go ahead and debate this leaked report?
Thank you.
Because the precedent was set by yourself. We hope to be ready.
First of all, honorable members, in the VIP gallery, I want to introduce Honorable Namlondo Sara, MP-elect from Buyende. You're most welcome. Honorable Naku Fiona, the elect for workers. Most welcome, Fiona Naku. And then we have Honorable Sewagude Robert, representing people with disability, national. You're also most welcome. I have Honorable Matembe, Miriam, and Honorable Emily Otekat. Honorable members, I want to refer you to Rule 14. The report of the Committee on Bills shall, and I'm saying shall, be uploaded on the Parliamentary Information System for the information of members before the report is laid on table. That is 214.14a. This report that was uploaded had my signature. I even said, please place it on the order paper with my very able signature. The report of airlines that got out did not have my signature. I am the only one who can sanction a document to be uploaded, which I did, so the report was not leaked out. Can you move your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, in keeping with Rule 130 of the Rules of Procedure of this Parliament, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 be read the second time.
Seconded by the Vice President of Republic of Uganda, Honorable Jessica Alupo, retired. Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Nabanja Robina, Honorable Second Hajat, third Government Chief Whip, Minister of Defense, Minister of the Security, Minister of ICT, Minister of Finance, Minister of Works, Minister of Sports, and the Hollow House on this side. And part of that house, part of the other side, including Chemongesi, Rogomayo. Thank you, thank you. Would you want to speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members.
Can I first have a justification before you bring the procedure?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the object of this bill is that the country faces a number of challenges which threaten our ability to self-govern in the absence of a sovereignty-specific law which this law seeks to address. And these include preventing undue external influence, regulating foreign funding, safeguarding national security, filling legal gaps, and managing digital misinformation. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I want to provide some guidance in this. Honorable members, the chairpersons of the committees have prepared the report, and I wish to guide as follows. From the time the bill was tabled for the first reading, there has been a very remarkable public interest in it. A review of the committee report reveals that more than 60 witnesses were accorded opportunity to present their views on the bill, including persons and institutions. These answers and questions on whether there was sufficient public consultation or not, I commend the committee for upholding our cardinal principle of public participation. 2, there was a considerable debate on the content of the bill, notably the definition of the word foreigner, the scope of application of this bill, the regulatory prudence envisaged in administration and functions, the proposed penalties, the criminal offenses, regulations of foreign policies, registration of agents of foreigners, declaration of foreign funding, and ministerial powers, among others. I have reviewed the report. The committee has established that the contentious matters have been exhaustively handled and addressed as per the public interest. The definition of a foreigner, for instance, was initially brought in a way that was not appealing to the people, but the committee has handled. Now I want members, there's no procedure, I'm giving you guidance. I know I'm touching on your minorities. Honorable members, I am giving 30 minutes for the major report to be presented, and I am saying 30 minutes. Where is the chair? And I will also give, I am aware that is a minority report. It doesn't matter whether minorities or minority. I am also giving the minority or minorities 30 minutes. If you have 10 minorities, You'll divide 30 minutes by 10 and you'll have 3. Honorable Chair, unanswered, I want timing. Let him read his report. Then you'll bring process. I don't want you to waste his time. Tebandeke, I know you want to exercise your law that you're learning now. You first wait. First wait. First wait. First wait. I have given you 30 minutes.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for the record, my name is Wilson Kajwenje, Member of Parliament, Nyabusho's constituency, and Chairperson of Defense and Internal Affairs Committee. I'll be assisted by my colleague, the Honorable Baka, Stephen Mugabe, Chairperson, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. May I take the honor to lay on the table the minutes of the committee, the joint committees, while processing and considering this report.
Thank
you, Honorable
President.
Speaker. Indeed, I'll take the 30 minutes. Right Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 15th April 2026, the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 was read for the first time under Rule 135(1) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. You referred to the joint committee made up of Committees of Defense and Internal Affairs and the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for scrutiny, and we are now reporting under the same rule of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, the joint committee here referred to as the committee has examined the bill, taking into account submissions from stakeholders, and now presents this report. This report sets the committee's analysis of the bill's objectives, the key provisions, likely effects, together with a synthesis of stakeholder views and committee's recommendations to Parliament. The object of the bill. The object of the bill is to enact a law that seeks to provide for the protection of the sovereignty of the people of Uganda. 2, to designate the department responsible for peace and security and the responsible entity for the registration and regulation of agents of foreigners. 3, to provide for the protection of the sovereignty of Uganda and provide for the registration of agents of foreigners, and to regulate the funding and any other assistance to agents of foreigners and for the related matters. Defects in the existing law. The bill identifies principal defect in the existing legal framework as the absence of a specific law operationalizing the protection of Uganda's sovereignty, which has allowed continued external interference in the government policies and programs. In particular, it points out the increasing influence of foreign actors and their agents in shaping policy and development priorities, often through conditional grant, conditional funding, and parallel programs that conflict with national objectives. It further highlights inadequate regulation of civil society organizations, especially those receiving foreign funding, leading to concerns about transparency and alignment with the national objectives. Additionally, the bill notes the growing use of digital platforms by foreign actors to spread misinformation and incite social discord, collectively undermining Uganda's ability to self-govern independently and safeguard its political, economic, and social stability. Right Honorable Speaker, what method did we use? Methodology. In considering the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, the committee undertook an extensive and transparent stakeholder engagement process to ensure broad participation. Public notices were published in the dailies, Vision and Monitor, on 17th April, We invited memoranda and views from all interested parties. This was to facilitate meaningful input. The committee suspended the sittings for 1 week to allow stakeholders adequate time to prepare and submit written memoranda. Upon resumption on 24th of April, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, stakeholders who had expressed interest were accorded opportunity to present their views. The committee engaged them directly, seeking clarifications where necessary. In total, and this is unprecedented, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, in total, the committee interfaced with 224 stakeholders, clustered under 60 groups drawn from diverse sectors. In the diaspora, the Global Forum Uganda Diaspora Council, whose memoranda included views of Ugandans drawn from 32 countries across all regions that gave their perspectives on the bill. In addition to the hearing from stakeholders who appeared before the committee also took into account the perspectives shared by His Excellency the President in his guidance to the nation through his letter, particularly that was addressed to the Bazuku regarding the bill. Following these engagements, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee held further sittings during which the learned Attorney General responded to the stakeholder concerns and proposed refinements to the bill. The interactive process ensured that the review incorporated both legal scrutiny and practical implementation considerations. This structured approach, characterized by open invitations, dedicated submission time, inclusive hearings, responsible dialogue, demonstrates that the committee's work was informed by a wide participatory and national representative consultation process. The stakeholders the committee interfaced with include the following. It is important, Right Honorable Speaker, that this goes on record. We have clustered them like this. We had stakeholders under government and public institutions. These are actors with statutory mandates that include Bank of Uganda, Financial Intelligence Authority, National Planning Authority, Uganda Human Rights Commission, the parliamentary committees. We also had another cluster of legal and professional bodies and organizations that focused on the law, like Uganda Law Society, like East African Law Society, the Law Development Center, Center for Constitutional Governance, that had in their entourage former members and former ministers of government. Independent legal and legal practitioners who forwarded multiple submissions. We had political actors and movements, political parties, or politically affiliated formations. These include Alliance for National Transformation, Forum for Democratic Change, National Unity Platform, the People's Front for Freedom, and for the record, the Hansard must capture this, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda People's Congress appeared and gave their views, and that the leader of opposition also appeared and gave his views. I'm mentioning it for the capture of the Hansard. We also entertained private sector and business associations that include the Chamber of Commerce, Kampala Arcade Traders Association, Kampala City Traders Association, Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, Uganda National Traders Association, the Gen Z Business Owners Association, Innovation Village, the startup ecosystem, and the independent private sector consultants. We did not stop there. We entertained financial, insurance, economic sector actors. These include the sector-specific institutional stakeholders that include Uganda Bankers Association, supervised financial institutions like banks, mobile money operators, via sector submissions. We also entertained Payment Service Providers Association. We also entertained Uganda Forex Bureau and Money Remittances Association. They too appeared and gave their views. We also considered digital, telecom, Media actors in communication, broadcasting, and digital economy include communication sector operators, National Association of Broadcasters, media practitioners, journalists, and journalism practitioners. We also entertained civil society and non-government organizations, both domestic and international civic actors that include Anti-Corruption Coalition of Uganda, Foundation for Human Rights Initiative, Legal Aid Service Providers Association, the Rotary of Uganda, Women Pro Bono Initiative, country directors of international network, and various national NGOs also submitted. We also entertained international organizations and development actors under these multinational organizations and international cooperation actors. These include United Nations country team, international NGO community, collectively represented. We did not stop there, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues. We entertained the labor, religious, and social institutions that include NOTU, that include Interreligious Council of Uganda, that include Muslim Organizations Coalition, and other faith-based organizations. We entertained health, scientific community, and public health research institutions, e.g., Uganda Medical Association, Uganda Virus Research Institute, Peoples Living with HIV advocacy groups. We also entertained education and academic sector that include Makerere University Academic Staff Association, universities and academic researchers, student groups, and members of the guild also submitted. National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, Uganda Lawyers' Voice on Climate Change, Gender Rights and Advocacy, Climate Advocacy groups. We also entertained diaspora, transnational communities, Ugandan actors, the Global Forum. This is an organization that groups all Ugandans in the diaspora. The Cheyo Association, NUP, NUP Diaspora Chapter, individual diaspora submissions. We went further and entertained professional and individual submissions. These are unaffiliated and cross-cutting. Independent consultants, individual citizens, business professionals, researchers. Right Honorable Speaker, we consulted documents. Consequently, the committee recommendations reflect a balanced synthesis of stakeholder perspectives in the key findings and salient observations. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me to present key findings and salient observations on the Sovereignty Protection Bill of 2026. Introductory consideration, looking at the scope and interpretation of Clause 2. Before presenting its findings, the committee found it prudent to clarify the key interpretive issue of Clause 2, which is application of the bill. Clause 2 sits at the core of the legislative framework, and it defines the reach of the law and it determines who is regulated and what circumstances and for what conduct. The committee reviewed the Honorable Attorney General's comments, noting that Clause 2 limits the bill to specific activities tied to foreign influence. According to the learned Attorney General interpretation, the bill does not apply to a person generally, to all persons generally, that it applies only to persons acting as agents of foreign actors, and that even then, only where such a person is engaged in specific conduct, including influencing government policy, political processes, or public decision-making for the interest of foreigners. The Attorney General clarified that Clause 2 is meant to limit the bill, not to expand it. He guided that it applies only to agents of foreign actors and only when they engage in specific influence-related activities, e.g., affecting government policies or public decision-making. In addition, the learned Attorney General noted that the bill is activity-based, not identity-based. So ordinary transactions like remittances, businesses, family support are excluded unless tied to regulated influence. On this reading, the bill presented a targeted regulatory instrument aimed at structured foreign influence operations rather than legitimate international engagement. However, the committee observes that this interpretation while persuasive as a matter of policy intent, is not shared by the majority of stakeholders. There is a gap between the AG's intended narrow scope and how the bill is actually drafted. When Clause 2 is read together with broad definitions in Clause 1 and the expansive list of activities, including concepts such as influencing public opinion and activities that the minister may prescribe, stakeholders interpreted the bill as having a much wider practical effect. The East African Law Society, for example, in their submission, warned that the term agent of a foreigner in Clause 2 could apply to regular economic, professional, and family connections, such as employees of foreign businesses, traders, and those receiving support from relatives abroad. The Law Development Center noted that that Clause 2 does not distinguish harmful actions from lawful ones. So the people could be held liable simply because of their associations, not because they caused any actual harm. This divergence, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, reveals a fundamental issue. The intended limitations of Clause 2 are not sufficiently clear on the face of the law, creating uncertainty as to the boundary between harmful foreign influence and legitimate activity. While the Attorney General maintains that Clause 2 limits application to specific regulated activities, stakeholders consistently note that this limitation is not clearly reflected in drafting. Therefore, the committee found that the line between harmful foreign interference and legitimate activities is unclear. Clause 2 is meant as a safeguard, but not effectively to limit the bill. This gap policy and the law shapes all the committee's subsequent findings. 5.2, understanding sovereignty. We looked at what the 1995 Constitution says versus what the bill proposes. Sovereignty under the 1995 Constitution as amended. This committee discussed sovereignty referencing the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, herein refers to as the Constitution. The committee found that the 95 Constitution determines the sovereignty, that sovereignty belongs to the people of Uganda and not government. Specifically, Article 1, which states that all power belongs to the people who shall exercise their sovereignty in accordance with the Constitution. Article 1.2 adds that without limiting the effect of Clause 1 of this article, all authority in the state emanates from the people of Uganda, and the people shall be governed through their will and consent. These provisions establish that the people are the original to regulated influence. On this reading, the bill presented a targeted regulatory instrument aimed at structured foreign influence operations rather than legitimate international engagement. However, the committee observes that this interpretation, while persuasive as a matter of policy intent, is not shared by the majority of stakeholders. There is a gap between the AG's intended narrow scope and how the bill is actually drafted. When Clause 2 is read together with broad definitions in Clause 1 and the expansive list of activities, including concepts such as influencing public opinion and activities that the minister may prescribe, stakeholders interpreted the bill as having a much wider practical effect. The East African Law Society, for example, in their submission, warned that the term agent of a foreigner in Clause 2 could apply to regular economic, professional, and family connections, such as employees of foreign businesses, traders, and those receiving support from relatives abroad. The Law Development Center noted that that Clause 2 does not distinguish harmful. Guided by this understanding, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the committee observed that the bill introduces a strong emphasis on shielding Uganda from foreign influence and expands the state's regulatory powers over political and civic activity. Summarily, the bill aims to protect the sovereignty of the people, prevent foreign interference on governance, and the key features include restricting activities that promote foreign interests, which can be gotten from Clause 5, restricting non-state actors from performing government functions, which is Clause 6, criminalizing interference in elections and government operations, which is Clause 1 to 13, and regulating foreign funding and civil society activities, and restricting interference.
Is it 1 or 11 to 13?
11, I beg your pardon. 11 to 13. Restricting interference of government policy. The committee, therefore, found that the Constitution grants ultimate authority to the people, with the government acting as a trustee. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 regards the state as primary guardian of sovereignty and adopts a cautious approach to foreign-linked actors. Whereas the Constitution vests sovereignty in the people of Uganda, the bill focuses on the protection of sovereignty through state action, reframing sovereignty in the security terms and promoting stricter regulation of foreign influence. We looked at broad definitions and the scope. The committee found that the bill definition of foreigner and the agent of a foreigner are overly broad. And as defined in the bill, it wrongly includes Ugandans living abroad. It wrongly includes students. It wrongly includes researchers. It wrongly includes professionals working in international partners. It wrongly includes government ministries, departments and agencies exercising regulatory authority under any act of parliament, and organizations and companies that simply have foreign investors or cross-border businesses. Instead of targeting harmful foreign interference, the bill inadvertently ends up covering normal economic, academic, and community activities. This, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, blurs the line between harmful foreign interference and ordinary lawful activities. It making everyday economic, academic, and civic engagements legally risky. Clause 1 and 2 are specifically powerful in determining who is regulated and punished, and even raising constitutional questions about citizenship by classifying Ugandans abroad as foreigners. Stakeholders warned that this could criminalize normal cooperation, such as research, education, and diaspora support. In fact, the Law Development Center has termed it as regulatory contamination, where indirect foreign links extend liability across entire economic and social chains. The committee therefore recommends, 1, that to restore legal precision, to ensure proportionality, and to align the bill with constitutional principles and practical realities, the committee recommends the following. Amend the definition of a foreigner to limit it to non-citizens and foreign registered companies. Amend the definition of agent of a foreigner to only include people who formally and knowingly act on behalf of a foreigner to influence public policy, elections, or national security. Insert new definitions of words and phrases used in the bill to improve clarity. Insert an intent requirement, which the land colleagues call mens rea, so liability only arises with deliberate influence. 5. Insert a clause explicitly protecting legitimate economic, academic, humanitarian, developmental, and civic activities to prevent misinterpretation and ensure lawful activities are not captured by the bill. 5.4, creation of a parallel regulatory regime. The committee observed that the bill creates a new approval and monitoring system under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. However, many sectors in Uganda are already tightly supervised by strong regulators, these include Bank of Uganda, Financial Intelligence Authority, the Uganda Communications Commission, the Insurance Regulatory Authority, and university councils. Stakeholders argued that the bill repeats work already done by these regulators and may create conflicting rules instead of improving oversight. This duplication can lead to confusion about which rules apply, multiple reporting requirements, and uncertainty for businesses and institutions. For example, both telecommunications and banking sectors already operate under strict regulatory systems. Adding another regulator with similar powers could disrupt systems that are currently functioning well. The committee notes that these sectors are already governed by detailed laws and licensing frameworks. Stakeholders also warn that the bill could create a parallel system, quote unquote, run by a security-linked department that may not have technical expertise of existing regulators. Media organizations, too, pointed out that the issues such as foreign funding, transparency, external influence are already addressed under current laws, including anti-money laundering legislation and the NGO regulation. The private sector representatives highlight the economic impact of the bill, more uncertainty, more regulators to certify, and higher costs of doing business. Stakeholders caution that the bill risks creating duplication, institutional conflict, and opportunities for forum shopping. The committee recommends, therefore, that in light of these concerns, the committee recommends that all institutions and individuals already supervised by a regulator established under an act of parliament should be exempted from the bill. Concentration of executive power in the minister. The bill gives the minister responsible for internal affairs wide and layered powers. These include authority to 1. Define the key terms used in the law. 2. Approve or reject the foreign funding. 3. Register or cancel organizations, and determine how the law will operate through regulations. The committee notes that while each of these powers may be common in isolation, their combination in a single office creates a system where participation in economic, civic, or institutional activities depends heavily on the minister's approval. This raises a deeper constitutional concern, not just about administrative efficiency, but about the overall design of governance. The committee elaborates these issues under 3 major themes, from regulatory oversight to discretionary control, where stakeholders observed that the minister's power and the role goes beyond implementing the law. The minister effectively controls access to the law itself, and the minister can decide who falls under the law, who controls access to funding, grant or withdraw the legal status, and shape how the law functions in practice. This, we noted, it risks turning the framework into a permission-based system where individuals and organizations must seek approval to operate instead of following clear, predictable rules. It also has constitutional implications. This concentration of authority raises significant constitutional concerns. It weakens the separation of powers by placing too much control in one office. It reduces checks and balances from independent institutions. It increases the risk of unfair or arbitrary decisions, especially where the bill lacks clear procedures, timelines, or appeal mechanisms. A system that relies on discretion rather than clear rules undermines legal authority. Undermines legal certainty and public trust. We also looked at reframing sovereignty. The committee notes that many legal and governance submissions view this more than an administrative matter. They see it as a shift in how sovereignty is exercised. Instead of power flowing through established institutions and the people, it risks being concentrated in one single office. From human limitation on rights must meet 3 tests. 1, legality. 1, legality, necessity, proportionality. the bill does not clearly demonstrate how these standards are satisfied. We therefore recommend, the committee recommends that to preserve the bill's objective, I beg. Can I conclude? Thank you. Let me read. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
How many minutes do you want to conclude?
Yeah. I need 5 minutes and I conclude.
5 minutes. I'll add the other side also 5.
Okay. The committee recommendations. To preserve the bill's objective while restoring institutional balance and constitutional compliance, the committee recommends the following amendments. 1. Limit the application of the bill to honorary agents of a foreigner. Exclude the application of the bill to Ugandan citizens residing outside Uganda. Remove the power of the minister to declare any person a foreigner. Remove the restriction on recruitment and employment of a person who are abroad from disruptive activities. Provide for the elements of an offense. Avoid unnecessary bureaucracy in the implementation of the policy. Replace ministerial approvals with the declaration of funds to the relevant regulator. We looked at disruption of financial and economic systems. We also have recommendations. On that one, to safeguard national interests without disrupting financial systems, the committee recommends shifting from broad approval-based controls to a targeted risk-based approach by 1. Protect everyday financial flows by exempting personal remittances, routine banking transactions, and legitimate business financing. Replace blanket approvals with disclosure requirements, reserving prior approval only for high-risk activities such as funding linked to political influence. Adopting a flexible risk-based declaration system developed with financial regulators and aligned with existing anti-money laundering frameworks. We looked at the vagueness and criminalization of risks. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that we align the bill with constitutional requirements of legality and certainty. The committee recommends the following amendments under vagueness and criminalization risks. The committee recommends clearly define all criminal offenses, specifying prohibited conduct and the required intent and the harm addressed. Reduce the penalty of 20 years to 10 years and a fine in the case of legal entity for 200,000 currency points to 1,000 currency points. Limit offenses to conduct that poses a real and a demonstrable threat to national interests, avoiding broad terms that may capture lawful activities. Include measurable thresholds or criteria such as scale or impact to guide enforcement and reduce subjective judgment. Insert a saving clause to protect legitimate activities such as business operations, research, journalism, advocacy, and civic engagement. Introduce procedural safeguards, including enforcement guidelines, written reasons for decisions, and access to administrative or judicial review. We looked at the impact on academia, health, and innovation systems. And we recommend that the academic institutions research bodies, health and medical facilities legally operating in Uganda be exempted from the bill. We examined the certificate of financial implications because this is a requirement of Public Finance Management Act. We looked at the cost. Right Honorable Speaker, we interrogated it actually. The details are there. We concluded that, therefore, since in conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the committee undertook extensive consultations, and the views received reveal a shared concern. Across all submissions, there is broad agreement on 4 key points. The bill's objective is legitimate, but the definitions and applications are overly broad. The regulatory approach duplicates existing legal institutional frameworks. Excess power is concentrated in the minister, and the bill's impact could extend across entire economy. In response to the above and the concerns, we interacted with the learned Attorney General again. And now we conclude that the committee therefore recommends that the bill proceed to second reading subject to proposed amendments attached thereto and any further improvements this August House may consider appropriate.
Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker,
I want this part where you interacted with the Governor of Bank of Uganda. Read.
Okay. In response to the concerns, the Attorney General proposed the areas for review which were supported by the Bank of Uganda. The committee has carefully considered these proposals. We have also incorporated these amendments where applicable in the bill. I want to report that yes, we interacted with the Governor Bank of Uganda actually twice. After we had gotten proposals, we flashed to him, and the Governor Bank of Uganda also agreed with the committee and sent us more amendments, which we incorporated.
Thank you.
I need to report.
Thank you.
I need to report, however, that this majority report that was signed by more than 3/4 membership also has minority reports. In fact, because it's my duty as the reader of the majority report to report the House that we have 5 minority reports. 5 minority reports.
Are there 5?
I beg to report,
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Can I have now the minority report? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I present this minority report, and we have agreed with our colleagues who also dissented that this will be the order of presentation. I will present first, followed by Honorable Wilfred Niwagaba, to be followed by Honorable Gilbert Olanya, to be followed by Honorable Abdallah Kiwanuka, to be followed by Honorable Betty Namboze, and lastly, the Honorable Medad Segona Lubega. And we have
and the rules of the time still apply.
Before I begin to present, if you may allow, I can address you on that. When a member of a committee dissents singularly, the weight of the report demands that we be accorded the same time frame, Madam Speaker.
Which rule is that? Which rule is that?
Under Rule 215, Sub-Rule 3, it says that a member dissenting or members
And the reasons are in this report, Madam Speaker, you'll see. If I may address you briefly, in the committee...
I am giving you 35 minutes.
This is
all of you. Honourable members, before we continue, we have Honourable Tim Bernard from Maruzi. Welcome, Honourable Tim. And then Honourable Tibiase Peace from Jinja. Welcome. And here, join me in welcoming our new members. Yes.
This is a minority report, Madam Speaker, in substantial dissent of the majority report of the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs.
Honourable members, can we listen to the report?
And the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026. This minority report is brought under Rule 215 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament. In the opening remarks, Madam Speaker, it is critical that today, when a draconian bill is presented to this Parliament for enactment into law, the minority is persuaded by some of the most memorable speeches in the political history of Uganda. Honorable members of Parliament, please pay attention to the contents of this speech attributed to President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in the early 1990s. This is what he said. I open the quote. Depending on the nature of the state, in a given society, law can be an instrument of oppression and exploitation, or of social justice and progress. Law is not synonymous with justice. It is not always synonymous with justice. It can be, but it may not be. What is legal is not necessarily what is just. Law can be used by the strong against the weak, by the rich against the poor, by the minority against the majority. Historically, law has been used by the oppressor against the oppressed. During the slave trade period, enslaved people were owned and disposed of like chattels, and it was perfectly legal to own a slave. The NRM government is strongly opposed to having laws on our statute books which serve the interest of the minority against the majority of the people, or in which any way promote to serve the injustice or advance backward interest in our society. We close the quote. The minority shall, where necessary, refer to the speech above for the purpose of reminding ourselves as legislators and fellow Ugandans. And four,
Right, Honourable Speaker. But we want to benefit from the citation. When you're citing, you're quoting somebody, you've stated the date, you could also tell us where that speech was
You
made.
can find the source.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am well conversant with the rules of procedure of this House. That's why I've confined myself to this report. I will be available to clarify if necessary. Members can listen, I will respond to you. Thank you. The minority report, where necessary, shall refer to the speech above for the purpose of reminding ourselves as legislators
Can I
and fellow
have a chance to have a
Ugandans.
copy? Can I have a copy? Yeah. Me, I don't. Me, I'm analog.
And fellow Ugandans, for we have come from the far we have come and the apparent U-turns and reversals that are being made for whatever reasons being advanced, which reasons have no place in shaping the sovereignty of the people of Uganda. Areas of dissent and statement of reasons for dissent. Area 3.1, violations of the rules of procedure of Parliament. Madam Speaker, during the consideration of the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, the co-chairpersons violated several provisions of the rules of procedure of Parliament of Uganda. Rule 135 of the rules of procedure is instructive on reference of a bill to the committee as follows. Sub-rule 1, whenever the bill is read for the first time in the House, the bill shall be referred to the appropriate committee appointed under these rules. Sub-rule 2, the committee shall examine the bill in detail and make all such inquiries in relation to the bill as the committee considers expedient or necessary, and report to the House within 45 days from the date the bill is referred. 3, except in the cases of very minor amendments and subject to Rule 138, all proposed amendments to a bill referred to the committee shall be presented to the committee by the person proposing the amendment, and the committee shall scrutinize the amendment together with the bill. 4, the committee may propose and accept proposed amendments in the bill as the committee considers necessary, if the amendments, including new clauses and new schedule, are relevant to the bill. The minority observes that the committee violated sub-rules 2 and 3 in as far as it did not examine the bill in detail and further did not make all such inquiries in relation to the bill. In the view of the minority, the decision of the committee through a vote on a motion by Honorable Fox, Odoi, or Yelowo for an omnibus adoption of all clauses of the bill and the amendment by the learned Attorney General without examination and inquiry violated Rule 135. The minority, Madam Speaker, also observed that the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 was proposed by the Minister of Internal Affairs, Major General Retired Kahinda Otafire. Sub-Rule 3 restricts the latitude to propose substantial amendment to only the mover of the bill, which is the Minister of Internal Affairs. Only minor amendments may be proposed by any other person who is not the proposer to the bill. With all due respect, the learned Attorney General proposed 18 amendments, all quite substantial in nature, which amendments the majority unilaterally adopted and relied on to pass the bill in the committee. The committee sought to have rejected the committee ought to have rejected the substantial amendment proposed by the learned Attorney General outrightly. To even make it worse, Madam Speaker, the new amendments were laid before the committee in form of a new bill. Rule 135, Sub-Rule 1, confines the committee to a bill read for the first time in the House and referred to the committee. The committee is stopped from directly receiving bills not read in the House and referred to it by fraudulently bypassing this House and smuggling an amended version of the bill to the committee, an illegality that goes to the root of parliamentary procedure and practice was committed and cannot be cured by any explanation at all. Madam Speaker, the minority further observes that no sooner had the learned Attorney General purported to present the amended Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 to the committee at about 12 noon on Thursday, 30th April 2026, than His Excellency the President, through his address to Ugandans at about 4 p.m. on the same day, withdrew instructions from the learned Attorney General. Instead, President publicly assigned Honorable Dennis Amson Obua to ensure that the bill concentrates on what he calls sovereignty of policy decision making. In the practice of law, there is nothing professional as humiliating as a client withdrawing instructions from you and sharing it out with the public outright. No wonder, since then, neither the Attorney General nor the Minister of Internal Affairs ever attempted to appear before the committee or the House. The House must therefore not entertain the two
on anything to do with the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026, since the President withdrew the vote of confidence in them. The minority, Madam Speaker, formed the view that Honorable Obua Hamson, having been given fresh instructions as per the written expression of the President, ought to have immediately sought audience with the committee to present the instructions given to him. Was it an instruction to withdraw the bill, or what was it? Despite the insistence of the minority to invite the Honorable Hamson Obua under Rule 135 Sub-Rule 2 to make all such inquiries in relation to the bill, as this was the most expedient, the co-chairpersons, Honorable Kajwenje Wilson...
Honorable Jana, sorry for interruption. My presumption is that when you bring a minority, you bring your points of departure, not procedure. Flavia, points of departure, not a debate on the procedural ways.
Madam Speaker, respectfully, this is one of the points of departure that I had.
Which one? Which one?
Under subheading 3.1, I said areas of dissent and statement for reasons of dissent as provided in the rules. The first was violations of the rules of procedure of Parliament. And I am explaining under Rule 135 that the committee ought to have examined and on its own move to go and inquire, to make inquiries. And my point is, having come to the attention of the committee that Honorable Obua Hamson was assigned, the committee ought to have moved itself to request Honorable Obua to come and substantiate. It goes to the root of my dissent, Madam Speaker.
So the committee instead went to Honorable Obua? Or they should have.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The co-chairpersons were evident. Madam Speaker, this is important. The co-chairpersons, Honorable Kajwenje Wilson and Honorable Baka Mugabe Stephen, were evidently partial, hostile, and continuously switched off the microphone of members in the committee they perceived to be against the bill. Contrary to the established practices of availing physical copies of submissions of stakeholders to members of Parliament at the retreat, members of Parliament were instead told to physically get copies to members of Parliament. Instead, were told that physical copies could not be availed since Parliament was on a weekend. The views of Madam Speaker, views of selected stakeholders were instead sent to members on WhatsApp to read on their phones. Members who were not on WhatsApp or whose phones could not open the WhatsApp were effectively denied critical document. Madam Speaker, the privileges of a member of Parliament were violated to the extent that some of the members of the committee had to jump on border to travel to Nassau Road to print the stakeholders' document for their own reference. A passionate plea for the committee to adjourn until Monday, when Parliament is open, for purpose of printing or photocopying the document was turned down. But Right Honourable Speaker, this gross...
I am rising on a point of procedure. Madam Speaker. A minority report, as per our rules, envisages that a member participates in the proceedings of a committee and then disagrees with some of the decisions taken by the majority. You read. But not to come here and tell us stories how the committee... So, no. Read the rules. This Parliament, while debating reports, is not for storytelling how members were seated, how they were reading, going on border. What we expect, Madam Speaker, from the minority report is where the member disagrees with the decisions of the majority report, not to waste time of Parliament talking as if he's just reading a story. So is the honorable friend of mine proceeding correctly by wasting our time as Parliament instead of being straight?
Honorable Dur, Jonah, I am actually enjoying your story. You continue with the story. Please. Let's continue. Let's listen to the story.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, this gross abuse of authority with utmost impunity, laced with shameless sycophancy, is highly condemned. Presiding officers in committees and indeed plenary must be impartial, patient, and respectful of the constitutional rights of an MP to represent their constituencies without undue partiality and interruption. I must also add that the co-chairpersons of the committee appeared not to have addressed their minds to the rules of procedure of Parliament which guided us, and opted for personal whims to decide substantive points of law as well as procedural matters that arose in the committee. My finding number 1 is that the proceedings of the committee were held in complete violations of Rule 135 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. 2, the co-chairpersons exhibited gross incompetence, lack of tolerance for divergent views, and stifled all avenues of debate during consideration of the bill.
Honorable Dur, incompetence. By the time you come and be a member of Parliament in this house, let's tone down our language. Let it be parliamentary. Even when I'm enjoying your story, at least let's be parliamentary. These gentlemen are competent.
Speaker, I don't want to go into the debate, but I could have addressed you on the around competencies. But let me continue. Recommendation, and it's in writing here.
And I will remove it on issues of competence.
You are such a powerful person, please, Madam.
Yes.
I respect. Please proceed.
Yes,
and remove.
please, you go ahead.
The minority recommends to Parliament to reject the majority committee report and instead refer the bill to the executive, or in the alternative, but without prejudice, be pleased to appoint another committee to examine the bill in detail and make such inquiries in relation to the bill in full confidence. Dissent number 2, defective certificate of financial implication. The minority observed that the certificate of financial implications issued by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development does not comply with Section 76 of the PFMA and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Section 76 of the PFMA and Rule 124 are at par on the certificate of financial implication of a bill as follows. 1. Every bill introduced in Parliament shall be accompanied by a certificate of financial implications issued by the Minister. The certificate of financial implication issued under Sub-Rule 10 Sub-Rule 1 shall indicate the estimates of revenue and expenditure over a period not less than 2 years after coming into effect of the bill when passed. In addition to the requirements under Sub-Rule Subsection 2, the certificate of financial implication shall indicate the impact of the bill on the economy. Notwithstanding subsections 1, 2, and 3, a certificate of financial implication shall be deemed to have been issued after 60 days. The minority examined the certificate of financial implication issued on 15 April 2026 by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, signed by Amos Lugolobi, MP, Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development. In the certificate, under paragraph 5 on impact of the economy, the Honorable Lugolobi states as follows: the proposed bill is expected to strengthen Uganda's policy autonomy and national security architecture, improve coherence in the management of foreign aid and foreign-funded activities, and support stability in governance and public order. These outcomes are expected to contribute to a more secure environment and implementation of government programs and long-term national development. The minority draws the attention of honorable members to the sad realities that has befallen this country, that the entire ministry responsible for finance, planning and economic development does not know what constitutes an economy of a country called Uganda, and therefore are unable to articulate the impact of the bill to the economy of Uganda. The minority observes that instead of assessing the impact of the bill against well-known parameters such as GDP, sovereign debt, debt to GDP ratio, balance of payments, central bank reserves, interest rates, inflation, exchange rates, rate of growth, etc. Alien parameters form the basis of the assessment. The observation by the majority report that the certificate of financial implication met the statutory standard.
Honourable members.
Let me just put on record.
Yes.
This minority, which I wrote, is actually.
Let's capture all what has been in all the minorities.
This is what exactly
so
happened
how
in
much,
the committee.
let me
that
give
were
you
not
2
heard.
minutes. Let's give you 2 minutes.
This report I have is 40 pages.
Let me give you 3 minutes to summarize.
And in the committee, the same treatment, Madam Speaker, who are not heard. That's why I'm bringing this issue. I'm appealing to the House.
I have actually given you the same amount of time, 2 minutes. You conclude.
Madam Speaker, I want to put on the record that I cannot conclude in the 3 minutes you have given me, but I appreciate it. If it is your ruling that this report stops at this level, I have no problem. I respectfully submit, and then I can leave, because there is no way I can. And I wanted just to finally, because as you also know, this may be possibly the last time some of us may be in this parliament. So I wanted you to protect that constitutional right, that little window that the people gave me to be in this house, to represent them. I just plead of you. I may not come back ever, but that constitutional right for me to present, I wanted to ask that you give me.
Jonah, because you've actually spent the 35 minutes. Now, Jonah, I have always told you you're one of the people I will miss in this house. I am giving you an additional 5 minutes, and all the other minority reports, we will capture what is in your minority report, because the time has been taken.
Yes. Yes. You merge your reports. They merge their reports.
Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to now go back to the report, but let the record capture that when I appeared in the committee, and you have designated me, Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament to sit in the committee of the legal. In the joint committee, I was not given the opportunity. The same treatment, and that's why I thought this house would allow me to present. So with that, let me just put on the record that that the 5 minutes that you have given to me is not enough for me to present this. And I thank you, and probably take the opportunity to conclude by wishing members who are going to return to the 12th Parliament good luck in their deliberation and representations. I know next week people are going to swear in. I want to wish you all the best. But without prejudice, if the committee proceeds to committee stage, the amendments that are also attached here.
Yes.
I beg that I will be given time to move those amendments, Madam Speaker.
So you're putting a motion for committee stage so that we do the amendment?
Let the record capture that I did not. I just put your note because I'd written it here.
No problem, no problem. We shall consider
If
them.
you had been patient and read, it was going to come in the last page.
No, I am not impatient. Honorable members, I gave each side 35 minutes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I believe you will give me my right as a member who prepared a minority report that was co-signed by two other members, Honorable Adeke Ann Ebaju for FDC, District Woman Representative for Soroti, and Honorable Asumani Basalirwa, the MP for Bujiri Municipality. And my right Honorable Speaker, our points of dissent are in the following areas. One, the provisions in the bill that tend to infringe the freedom of expression, contrary to Article 29 of the Constitution. Two, the inconsistent mens rea, since several offenses of comparable severity, particularly clauses 8. Incidentally, this particular microphone seems to have been tampered with, and mine has, so, clauses 8, 10, and 12, and 22 that remain strict liability, while others require intentional knowledge and creating an internal inconsistency contrary to Article 28(3) of the Constitution. I hope the answer will capture me. Yes? At Satura, number 3, Satura definitions in respect of foreigner and agent of foreigner, which cross-refer to clause 2, which in itself raises
Wilfred, that we will discuss that at committee stage. I will allow you to bring your issues.
Number 4, Right Honorable Speaker, is on criminalization of free speech. Number 5, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, this particular bill tends to infringe Article 1 of the Constitution by 1, trying to invent the sovereignty of the people into the sovereignty of the state. Article 1 of the Constitution refers to the people of Uganda being sovereign. What the state has is the authority to administer. So the title of the bill itself tells the lie about itself. And when you go through the bill, Right Honorable Speaker, apart from clause 5, which talks about the sovereignty of the people of Uganda, the rest of the clauses are in respect of the sovereignty of the state.
Okay.
And when we go to committee stage, Madam Right Honorable Speaker,
so we
have many amendments to make.
No problem.
Since we were never given an opportunity in the committee stage,
thank you.
We have amendments to make on almost all clauses in the bill.
Thank you.
May I invite my other colleagues who have minority reports to make their presentations.
Members.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have something to tell you. Madam Speaker, in my capacity as the Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs, I went to the committee with a request to make a presentation. Madam Speaker, I happened to arrive before the Attorney General. The chairman of the day, Honorable Baka, requested me to wait for the Attorney General to present so that I could also be given time. After the Attorney General had made his presentation of amendments, Honorable Baka ruled that I will make my presentation while at Munyonyo. When we reached Munyonyo, Madam Speaker, Honorable Kajenje ruled that my request had been overtaken by events. Madam Speaker, I chose to write a minority report because the issues I was going to raise had not been raised by anybody else. So I wrote a minority report, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you are now ruling that there is no time. Madam Speaker, as a member of the committee, I'm not supposed to debate. Madam Speaker, there was a memorandum that came from Buganda Kingdom. Madam Speaker, when we reached Munyonyo, the memorandum went missing. Madam Speaker, they have told you here. Let me tell the Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, they give Betty time. Some order.
Madam Speaker, I've heard the chairman telling you that when we were at Munyonyo, we heard from the governor, Bank of Uganda. And you know, Madam Speaker, I was so surprised because while the rest of us were in Munyonyo, we were never informed that even the governor of Bank of Uganda had gotten back to us. Madam Speaker, because of those many issues, we are also told that 700 people sent memorandums to the committee, but only 47 of them were accounted for. I feel so silenced. Is it your ruling that the people from Mukono should not be heard on this?
Honorable Betty. Honorable Betty, my sister. The people of Mukono have been heard. You've spoken for over 5 minutes. You've raised your issues, and we are going to address all of those issues. Honorable members, we have all these supplementaries, and not supplementary, but minorities. We are going to go committee by committee. And all of you are saying you have issues on each clause. Why don't we look at clause by clause? Honorable Oduru has raised pertinent issues. Let's look at.
Madam Speaker, let
Yes,
the record be clear.
Honorable
You denied me opportunity to present. Don't use my name. Don't use my name. No, don't.
Honorable Dul, you took all the 35 minutes. Honorable. Honorable Lanya.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Lanya, let me give you 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll go straight to the point of dissent. Right Honourable Speaker, the minority, following Rule of Procedure 105 of Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker, the bill establishes an extensive regulatory and criminal framework governing individuals and entities classified as agents of foreigners, imposing control and funding policies, policy engagement, and civic participations. The minority observes the several provisions, raise several concerns, including the vagueness and inconsistency of definitions, an extreme and disproportionate penalty regime, infringements on freedom of expression and civic space,
duplication of existing legal framework, and the absence of commencement and the transitional provisions and duplications of the existing legal framework. Right, Honourable Speaker, when the committee engaged with many entities, you recall we engaged with about 53 entities. Out of the 53 entities, 52 were in support of this bill. 51, including Bank of Uganda, religious leaders, among others, were telling Ugandans that this bill, when passed, it will create economic instability in Uganda. That was the word from the governor of Bank of Uganda. Right, Honourable Speaker, this bill, it creates extreme and disproportionate penalty regime. The bill establishes a uniform and severe penalty structures, imposing custodial sentences of up to 20 years in prisons across wide range of offenses. Notably, the same maximum penalty applies to promotion of interest of foreigner deemed to promote foreign policy. That is in clause 10. Publication of information characterized
Gilbert,
as
we have
economic
now
supplement.
we have gone to clauses.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, because of time, let me go straight to the recommendation. Right Honourable Speaker, this minority came out with the following recommendations. Having engaged and got many views from Ugandans, the minority recommends that the House does not pass the bill in its present form. 2, the bill be withdrawn and remitted for comprehensive redrafting. 3, a revised bill should provide clear and precise definitions, established a proportionate penalty regime aligned with existing legal frameworks, be supported by a credible economic and fiscal analysis, and finally, be subjected to broad stakeholders' consultation. Right Honourable Speaker, the view of the minority is that the bill should be withdrawn. I beg to move.
Honourable Betty. Betty, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the points of my dissent are as follows. 1, Right Honourable Speaker.
Switch on. Switch on.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is my opinion that there hasn't been enough public hearing according to this bill. Right Honourable Speaker, you have been told that 57 memorandums were reviewed. But the fact of the matter, Right Honourable Speaker, is that the committee received over 700 memorandums. One of them, Right Honourable Speaker, as I've put it, being from the Buganda Kingdom. Right Honourable Speaker, when we went to Munyonyo, we are given time to go and study these memorandums on WhatsApps, but when we returned to the committee, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee did not give us time to make a presentation, as I've told you before. Right Honourable Speaker, it's not about allowing people to come to the committee. The purpose of the people coming to the committee is to give their opinion space that the people should be heard. But we are handling, my point of dissent is that the committee ruled in favor of only 2 people out of the 700 who opposed the bill, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are here fidgeting with time. This is not legislation. The committee is always given up to 245 days, according to our rule of procedure 135.
Not 200.
45 days.
But if you get a committee which is efficient like yours, it can even do it
It
in
wasn't
1 day.
efficient, Madam Speaker. Even the problem of time can even be seen while we are here, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my request is that the 11th Parliament stops behaving as if it is the last Parliament Uganda will ever have. There will be other parliaments that will come after this Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, we are so honored that you will also be in that next Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, I can
My
choose,
recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker.
I can choose not to be because I have
You
other
already
jobs.
there because we have been talking to Mau.
How has Mao come here? Order. There's an order here. There is an order.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a very important bill. And I'm wondering how Honorable Member is talking about their discussion out of this House. Is it in order to bring the name of somebody on sovereignty bill that we are discussing? Is it really in order?
Do you want to tell us is that he's an agent of foreigners? No, the person they mentioned the name. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Betty, finish.
Right Honorable Speaker, the other point of dissent is on the issue of interpretation, Right Honorable Speaker. The law refers to the interest of Uganda. However, when you go into the interpretation, the interest of Uganda has not been defined. It also talks about the interest of the foreigner, which is also undefined. It also talks about government policy.
That is on the interpretation clause.
On interpretation, Right
so
Honorable
you will
Speaker.
bring your idea when we are in that clause.
I thought, Right Honorable Speaker, you had allowed me to present my report.
No, what I'm saying, we will expect your idea on that clause, what you think, the amendment you want.
Madam Speaker, first of all, I'm a member of the committee who is not supposed to contribute to debate.
No.
Two, Right Honorable Speaker, you gave me an opportunity to make a presentation.
Honorable
and
Betty,
I was so thankful that
Honorable
you gave me
Betty, I am only advising you that when we reach that clause, I will still give you chance to bring in. So you read your report, but I will still give you chance to bring your proposal.
My recommendation, Right Honorable
Are we speaking
Speaker.
the same English?
Madam Speaker, I'm reading the report and you are giving me advice. I take your advice, Madam Speaker, but I continue to read my report.
You read. Yes.
I seek for your protection.
You finish. You continue with the report. Continue.
I seek for your protection.
Members, yes, there is an order from WOPA. Order from WOPA.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a lot of noise, and yet the microphones that they are using is not as loud. So the point of order that I'm raising is that, is it in order for members to make noise when a member is submitting? Is it, it's okay to laugh, but let us laugh and allow the member to read her report. We now can't hear what she's actually reading. So, Madam Speaker, is it in order for members to continue shouting when a member is actually reading her report?
You are the one who was shouting. Honorable Betty, can you? Let's hear Honorable Betty. Members, can we listen to Honorable Betty? It is on. Switch on.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I don't know why this particular microphone is low.
Please go ahead. At least I can hear you.
Right Honorable Speaker, my suggestion, my recommendation is that this bill is withdrawn by the movers to give Ugandans time to make meaningful contribution to the debate and to accord the Parliament enough time to handle a bill of this nature. Right Honorable Speaker, the Commonwealth practice is that parliaments which are about to retire don't handle controversial business. It's a practice, Right Honorable Speaker, and we are part of the Commonwealth, Right Honorable Speaker. The fact of the matter, Right Honorable Speaker, why that is required.
Which page are you in?
I'm reading page 3, Madam Speaker.
I'm not, and I'm following your report.
Madam Speaker, I move that this House finds that this bill violates the Constitution, rules of procedure, and the Parliamentary Convention, and that this House declares that the denial of the main report offends Rule 245 and 215.
214 and 215.
214 and 215. That it also declares that clause 2, 3, 5, 8, 11, 12, 24, 25, 30 are void for vagueness and the unlawful delegation of powers. That this Parliament rejects the joint committee report by the majority. I therefore also recommend that the movers of the bill withdraw the bill under Rule 141, defer the subject to the 12th Parliament with proper consultation, direct that any future bill must affirm the sovereignty in the people under Article 1, define all key terms.
First of all, Rule 141 is on procedure
141. Rule 140.
Sub-Rule 1.
Sub-Rule 1. That directs that any future bill must affirm that the sovereignty belongs to the people under Article 1 and that key terms in the bill are properly defined, that is, the interest of government, the government policy, what constitutes the actions that make one an agent of a foreigner, and that the minister is not given powers to alter the offenses under the bill as it is in the bill, the law as it is in the bill. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, it is my prayer that the protection of the Sovereignty Bill 2026 fails the test of the constitutionality, legality, and procedure. The 11th Parliamentary Final Act should be to affirm the supremacy of the Constitution, not to legislate excessively. I so pray.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, there is procedure matter from
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity that you have given to those with the minority reports to present. It is in the interest of this country that all the voices of Ugandans are heard in this House. And those who have spoken represent those voices. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Jonathan Odur did say he wanted to make a presentation in the Munyonyo, but he didn't have enough time. Or he was not given the opportunity. And now that he has very many issues that he would love to present, together with the rest of his colleagues, and those who may feel there are procedural matters that were not handled well, but now we have the opportunity to look at this bill in a proper detail, provision by provision. I beg to move procedurally.
So what have you spoken?
I therefore want to...
I am asking, what have you spoken?
Kiwanuka.
Kiwanuka.
I'm raising a procedural matter.
Kiwanuka.
I was raising a procedure.
Kiwanuka. Honorable Kiwanuka, Honorable Kiwanuka, just raise the issues of dissent 5 minutes, like what Honorable Nwagaba did.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have 7 points of dissent, and they are on page 2. Some of them have been highlighted briefly, but my approach was different. The point which has been left hanging is, Right Honorable Speaker, is starting from page 20. And that is where I am.
Let's have order.
Right Honorable Speaker, the minority have the opportunity to look at the amendments proposed by the committee, notwithstanding the matter in which those amendments were adopted during the meeting in Munyonyo. And I find that the amendments are excessive and affront to the past precedents of the House in regard to the amount of amendments allowed to bills. The minority are aware that the movers of the bill proposed additional amendments to their own bill, and the committee has adopted the same with additional amendments, resulting in an amendment totaling to 24 out of 30 clauses in the bill. That is 87% of the amendments in the bill were made. The nature and amount of amendments that are being proposed to this House are about 87%, and that is beyond the permissible amount of amendments that can be allowed. The minority wish to refer the House to the past ruling of the presiding officers of this very House on the amount of acceptable amendments to the bill, especially the precedent set during the consideration of the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2022, as reported in the Hansard of 23rd May 2023. On that day, Right Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker then directed the withdrawal of the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2022 due to the amendments which were over 60% of the bill, and noted as follows, Right Honorable Speaker. I have studied various precedents, including the Hansard of 19th February 2019, where the presiding officer then, Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, guided on the magnitude of proposals for amendments to a bill. In reference to the Sexual Offences Bill 2019, which had been substantially amended, the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya guided as follows. Any amendments to this magnitude would require the minister to withdraw the bill and incorporate the proposals in the bill and reintroduce it for first reading again. In view of the fact that there are numerous proposed amendments to the Public Service Pension Bill 2023, I guide that if the minister agrees with the majority of these amendments, then the minister should move under Rule 140 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament to withdraw the bill, incorporate the proposed amendments, and have the bill reintroduced for the first reading. The Attorney General can act on behalf of the minister on such a matter. If he agrees with such, so that they withdraw the bill, go and incorporate the proposed changes, gazette it, bring it for first reading, and reintroduce it to the public for consultation. I have read it and noted that there are very critical amendments made in regard to this bill. The rationale for the above directive, Honorable Speaker, was to shield the bill from being amended in a manner that substantially affects the subject matter of the bill. The minority wish to note that the amendments proposed to the bill go to the root of the subject matter of the bill, and the minister should be asked to withdraw the bill, study the bill and the amendments, and if agreeable, amend the bill and reintroduce it in the House. The withdrawal of the bill also affords government to benefit from the views of the stakeholders, both in support and against the report of the minority. Indeed, the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker, while directing for the withdrawal of the Public Service Pension Funds Bill, noted that therefore, once we allow the minister, they will go back and incorporate both issues in the minority report and those in the majority report, and you again subject them to the public. The biggest legislators are members of the public because we take their views and incorporate them into the clauses. In light of the above, Right Honourable Speaker, in light of the above ruling, the minority calls upon the presiding officer to comply with the earlier precedents of the House, which by virtue of Rule 8(2) I'm winding up, honourable members.
So, wind up.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In light of the above, the minority calls upon the presiding officer to comply with the earlier precedents of the House, which by virtue of Rule 8(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, which directs that the Speaker's ruling form part of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament until such a time when substantive amendments to these rules is made in respect of the ruling.
Honorable, I don't want you to misquote the ruling of the former Deputy Speaker then. The former Deputy Speaker said, he quoted Rule 135(2), which says the committee shall examine the bill in detail and make all such inquiries in relation to the bill as the committee considers expedient or necessary to report to the House within 45 days, working days from the date of the bill is referred. The alteration is in regard to the object of the bill. I asked the first question, do we have an alteration on the object of the bill? And the question was no. And what the Right Honourable Jacob Olanya, rest in peace, meant was an alteration in the objective, which is the law. You can conclude.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'll invite the honourable colleagues to have a chance and look for that record as well. Not me to mislead you as in one way or the other. Right Honourable Speaker, as I'm winding up, of course, the issue that the bill was rejected by the President and the majority of the stakeholders, that has been highlighted. The President of the Republic of Uganda, in the letter he wrote.
Which letter? Does the President just write to the public, or he's supposed to write to Parliament? Because it's Parliament who is holding the bill.
Right Honourable Speaker, the President wrote to the Bazukulu. And
are you a Musukulu?
Yes. The minority, Right, Honourable Speaker, as I'm concluding, let me conclude, honourable members. Let me conclude in just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. The minority notes that 224 stakeholders the committee interacted with, only 2 stakeholders being Asimwe John, the resident of Fort Portal, and the Honourable from Mawokota, Honourable Nsibambi, supported the bill. In addition, the minority also notes that His Excellency the President gave directives in his letter over his, which was posted on X, in respect of this matter. And I call upon, in my final statement, I call upon this House, this House, and I recommend as follows. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 that was read for the first time and referred to the Joint Committee on Wednesday 15th be rejected for the reasons listed above. Among others, I have only read one, but there are 6 others which have been left behind. The report is very clear, uploaded. The Protection of Sovereignty Bill be withdrawn since it serves no purpose. The government is encouraged to consider providing remedies for matters affecting real societies, and the government undertakes to take practical steps to protect the sovereignty of the people from direct and indirect attacks to the sovereignty. And finally, Right Honourable Speaker, the rules of procedure be amended to ensure that no legislation can be proposed by the President or processed by Parliament after the general elections. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
You mean after the general election you cease to be MPs? This country does not stop there. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this Parliament considers all our kingdoms very important, and they are great partners when it comes to making our laws when they present their views. In the presentation of the minority report by our honourable colleague Namboze, she mentioned twice that the views of Buganda Kingdom got lost.
I have not opened the debate yet. First wait.
I was just saying.
First wait.
No, we wanted to be withdrawn from the Hansard. It is bad. Yes, we wanted to be withdrawn.
Honorable Daddy, you have only 2 minutes.
Right Honourable Speaker, in the law that I studied, and that I taught some people, some of whom are in this House, there is room for accepting under protest. I want to accept some of your directions because you are the Speaker, but under protest. Number 1 is lumping me up with people I have opted to disagree with, and therefore saying all of you minority, you are lumped up together and you are given the same time. That's number 1. Number 2, that even where you, Right Honourable Speaker, and with immense respect, do not contain your members. You allow them to present for more than the time you had originally apportioned for all of us. Then when I come, you say 2 minutes. I know that in my wisdom, collected by age, among other things, I am able to present this in those 2 minutes or 5. But I also know that the country will not benefit. With that said, Right Honourable Speaker, let me thank my colleagues that have presented before, both majority and minority. Let me also associate with the bulk of the minority presentations to avoid repetitions. why I opted to disagree with some of them, including the minority, is that I did not read any amendment purportedly presented by the Honorable Attorney General. My construction and understanding of the presentation by the Attorney General, I read it, I know he skillfully wrote in small words views of the Honorable Attorney General, and then in big letters on the Sovereignty Protection Bill. But I treat them not as an amendment. However, I treat them as views of a stakeholder. Yes. Reasons or points of dissent. I have summarized at page 1 the reasons for my dissent. Insufficient consultation on the bill by government and the committee. The bill inverts the constitutional concept of sovereignty in favor of the state in contravention of Article 1. The bill is accompanied with an incurably defective certificate of financial implication. The bill infringes various principles and articles of the Constitution. The bill does not cure any mischief and is therefore misconceived. The bill is redundant as there exists sufficient legal framework to cure any mischief. At page 2, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 3.1 on insufficient consultation by the government and the committee. I have stated what you're able to read, but with emphasis on Article 1. I also emphasize that the consultations were conducted here and we've never moved anywhere outside Parliament, as if the rest of Ugandans have no views to contribute on such an important subject. Sadly, influencing government policy is sought to be criminalized in this bill. See clause 7.4 of the bill. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, at page 4, I traverse the reasons that I have given, and I cite the case of Malema Biris and others versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 2 of 2018, and the decision of court to the effect, in summary, that consultation is not cosmetic, but goes to the root of our constitutional governance. In 3.2, that the bill inverts constitutional concept of sovereignty in favor of the state and contraventions of Article 1 of the Constitution, I associate with the elaborated submissions of my colleagues to avoid wasting time and eating much into my 2 minutes. 3.3, Madam Speaker and colleagues, the bill does not cure any mischief and is therefore misconceived. And the summary of this, one is that there exists sufficient legal framework. But if you look at page 6 of my submission, it is sought or to be understood that interference with the development and implementation of government policies and programs, which interference is funded by foreigners and agents, is the mischief. That foreign aid to civil society that comes along with conditions and parallel programs which conflict with government programs, this has given external donors, I understand, significant influence over the Uganda's political, social, and economic landscape, which has resulted into erosion of our values. See that the use of online platforms by foreigners and agents of foreigners to disseminate information facilitates social discord. The minority, and that is me now because it is a single man's minority report, note that the bill is misconceived since it is based on the wrong premise, that Uganda has no specific law upholding sovereignty of the country, which has resulted into continuous interference in the government's policies and programs by foreign countries and agents of foreigners. That no laws exist on the book to regulate activities of civil society, and that the law regulates the use of online platforms. I note that 1, the Constitution only guarantees sovereignty of the people as against the state. No wonder the laws of Uganda are silent on this matter. There exist laws which include, among others, the NGO Act, the Money Laundering Act, and the Penal Code, which are sufficient to guarantee our security and sovereignty. In addition, I note that the bill further is misconceived because it restricts funds procured from abroad, thereby indirectly affecting the operations of financial institutions and the Bank of Uganda. Let me note that the majority report was uploaded yesterday at 4, so this one is taken care of. And for that matter, I will proceed to the next. It creates a regulatory arbitrage by extending the bill to persons and institutions already regulated by other acts of parliament. For emphasis, honorable colleagues, each and every sector we are talking about is regulated, including the political sector, which is so to be the target of this. And you are able to read for yourselves A up to K at page 9. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, although the bill seeks to safeguard the sovereignty of Uganda from external influence, it grants agents of foreigners, once registered, the right to interfere with sovereignty. For instance, an agent of a foreigner who registers with the minister can implement government policy or government services under Clause 6, strangely, can influence development of policy under Clause 7, can implement government policy under Clause 8, can interfere with the electoral process under Clause 11, simply because of registration. All the activities that are allowed for an agent of a foreigner under the bill will affront Article 1 of the Constitution, whichever way you look at it, even when the minister allows. It is an affront. And the bill assumes that what is offensive to the Constitution becomes lawful simply by allowing it under an act of parliament, insofar as they will infringe the sovereignty of the citizens of Uganda by subjecting it to the influence of foreigners. The so-called acts allowed under the proposed law will still be offensive by their nature, being an affront to sovereignty. The minority note, therefore, that the bill, had the bill been conceptualized properly, indeed by being overly vague and ambiguous in relation to its application and the activities it seeks to regulate, it may be declared void for vagueness and the stretching beyond the parameters of the Constitution. At page 9, the bill infringes several articles. My colleagues have mentioned quite a number, specifically Article 1. I also opine that it offends Article 259 to the extent that it seeks to amend the Constitution by infection. This was canvassed in Paul Semogere Zakalo Luma and Juliet Reina Kafire versus Attorney General, Constitutional Appeal number 1 of 2002, in which the Supreme Court declared Section 5 of the Constitutional Amendment Act 2000 as unconstitutional since it had the effect of amending Article 28, Article 41(1), and Article 44(c). Right Honorable Speaker, in that case, it was declared unconstitutional for having been passed without following the procedure under Chapter 8 of our Constitution. Court also discussed the effect of Section 5 of the Constitutional Amendment Act, which proposed to introduce new clauses 2 and 3 of Article 97 with the intention of restricting citizens' unhampered access to information in the possession of the state. You may read for yourselves, and I will proceed to page 12. The bill infringes on the following articles of the Constitution, making it grossly unconstitutional in form and effect. Number 1, unconstitutional deprivation of citizenship. Right Honorable Speaker, citizenship is not granted by statute. By seeking to reintroduce the foreign element against Ugandans, the bill offends Articles 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 of the Constitution. Freedom of expression under attack. Article 29, 1A and B, which provide that every person shall have the right to freedom of speech and expression, freedom of thought, conscience and belief. Now clauses 5, 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, 10 12, and 13, and the definitions of disruptive activities in Clause 1 directly criminalize expression and association, including influencing the public to oppose the policy of government. Clause 2(2)(g), engaging or participating in a riot or unlawful demonstration or assembly. The definition of disruptive activities is offensive, and publishing information said to weaken the economic system. Clause 13. These restrictions are neither demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society as provided for under Article 43(2)(c), which provides that public interest shall not permit any limitation of the enjoyment of the right and freedoms prescribed under the Constitution beyond what is acceptable and demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society. 3. Freedom of association and assembly threatened. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Article 38(2) of the Constitution guarantees every citizen's right to participate in peaceful activities to influence the policies through civic organization. Now listen to this. Clause 7(3), Clause 8(3), Clause 8(4), and 12 substantially burden and in some places extinguish that right by criminalizing conduct that constitutes its core exercise. 4. Right of equality invaded. Under Article 21(1), all persons are equal. Now, when it comes to the definition of foreigner, a Ugandan citizen residing outside, that has been sorted, and I accede to that. Then the foreigners in their own country, and converts persons into those, and those who deal with them. Intrusion of privacy, where the minister, the right to privacy of a person and property, and no person is subjected to unlawful search or unlawful entry into the premises. Clause 28 confers the person appointed by the minister to inspect the premises on an agent of a foreigner. Void for vagueness. I think the Honorable Betty Namboze has hinted on it, on the wide and arbitrary provision. Authorities to look at are Andrew Kalamaji versus Attorney General, Constitutional Petition number 5 of 2016, which struck down Section 25 of the Computer Misuse Act, Charles Onyango and another versus Attorney General, Constitutional Appeal number 2. The bill departs from the legality principle under Article 28. Interests of Uganda, I think Honorable Namboze has hinted on it, they are not defined. Agent of a foreigner, Clause 1. The definition is extraordinarily broad and captures any person who acts at the order, requests, under the direction, and control. I have specifically highlighted the threats that I consider legitimate in those bullet points at page 14. Now, the foreigner clause, I think, has also been canvassed together with disruptive activities and economic sabotage. At page 16, Right Honorable Speaker, I have highlighted the threat against the freedom from cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment in the attendant authorities. The bill is accompanied with a defective certificate that has been canvassed by the Honorable Odul Jonathan, and I want to associate with him, but point out or be specific on the following areas. 1, that the estimates of revenue and expenditure over the period of not less than 2 years after the coming into effect of the bill, when passed, the impact of the bill on the economy are not canvassed in the certificate. The certificate simply laid down the principle of what we may achieve in broad terms without telling us what we are likely to spend on implementing and whether government is prepared to spend that money. To that extent, the certificate is incurably defective and cannot support this bill. The bill has also the potential to destabilize Uganda's balance of payments. I think reference has been made to the submissions of the Governor Bank of Uganda, and I associate in the same terms. The financial sector and de-risking the operational paralysis, the capital requirements and the funding gap, the policy framework inconsistency and the voluntary shocks have all been canvassed. And then the second last is the amendments proposed by the committee, good as they sound, are equally excessive and disregard the precedents of the House. They also disregard the procedure that ought to have been adopted as elaborated by my colleagues earlier. Finally, Right Honourable Speaker, for my reasons, this is where I'm going to refer to the letter written by my brother, the President. And here nobody will ask me whether he wrote it or not, because having said he's my brother, I think I know him better than anyone. The bill was rejected by the President and majority of the stakeholders in the committee that the committee engaged with. Right Honourable Speaker, the statistics have been given. Of all the persons that appeared, I think only 3 people supported, 3 stakeholders. The Honourable Yusuf Nsibambi, the Honourable Chiriowa Chiwanuka Attorney General, I treat him as a stakeholder because he was not the mover, and the gentleman from Fort Portal, Mr. Asimwe, that has been referred to. The President himself did state that this is not the bill that he initiated in Cabinet. But it does not stop there. Even General Severino Kahindo Tafire, who was stated to be the mover of the bill, evaded the committee proceedings, yet is the one who must have received the President's instructions, only to be misconstrued with immense respect by my son, General David Muhoozi, who appeared, and not the minister.
Honorable David Muhoozi is a son-in-law, because he marries from him.
So yes, he's my son. In Africa, we don't say that. He's my son. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the general conclusion is that the minority, and that is me now, wish to remind colleagues that Uganda is here to stay. And therefore, there is no need for firefighting. The country must not be stampeded into criminalizing politics, because politics seems to be left as the only target in the name and behind the curtain of sovereignty and security. The existing laws were not enacted in vain. They must be allowed to serve their purpose. The bill as proposed is inimical to democratic tenets, constitutional commands, and injurious to good conscience, which principles we must be jealously guarded and protected with utmost tenacity by all Ugandans of goodwill. The minority therefore recommend as follows. 1, the Protection of Sovereignty Bill 2026 that was read for the first time and referred to the Joint Committee on Wednesday, 15th April 2026, be rejected in its entirety for the reasons stated above. That the government undertakes to take practical steps to protect the sovereignty of the people from direct and indirect attacks, including by those claiming to fight for us. Medad Lubega Segona, MB Busiro East. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Medad, for that report. The opposition, yes, motion. There's a motion.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, having heard from the substance of the majority report and the substance of the minority reports, I rise pursuant to Rule 17, Sub-Rule 1 of our Rules of Procedure, which states a member may, with the consent of the Speaker, move that a rule be suspended in its application to a particular motion before the House. I therefore move, Right Honourable Speaker, that the application of Rule 214, Sub-Rule 14, and 214, Sub-Rule 15, be suspended to waive the requirement of a 3-day period between the presentation of a report on the bill and the debate. I beg to move.
Seconded. Okwalinga, Namilyango, Echweru, Balamu, Odoi, Kabanda, Honorable Acheni, Silas, Charity, Nekesa, Rakajara, Lanyo, Abe, Akelo, General, Esther, Sanoni, Apoloto, Abeja, Ibanda, Omara, Chut, Water, Mariamu, Eric, Gabriel, Toroma, Amuria, Phyllis, Nyakato, my brother from Bugisu, Maxi, by the whole side, and 3/4 of the other side, the Vice President, the Prime Minister, the Government Chief Whip, Honorable Yusuf Sibambi, the Yellow Boy, and then Mama Wabana, Yellow Girl, and then Honorable Musinje, Honorable, all the elders and all the disabilities. Honorable Nabakova is also there. Just 5.
Right Honourable Speaker, the justification of my motion are basically in threefold. One is that Rule 214 and Rule 215 are not falling under the confines of rules under Rule 17, Sub-Rule 4 that are entrenched, implying literally the two rules can be suspended. Reason number 2 is that this particular report on the bill was uploaded on our parliamentary information system. Members here present have perused through the report, and I believe with the turn-up you have in the House, we are ready to proceed just like we have proceeded with the main report and the minority reports. Reason number 3 is that the members who are required to discuss and debate this report as presented are here present and gathered in big numbers. Basing on the 3 reasons, I justify that my motion for suspension of the rule, if it pleases you, do carry the day. I beg to move, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Wilfred.
Right Honourable Speaker, I do strongly oppose the motion to suspend the rules on account of 3 grounds. 1, it is apparently clear that the speed at which this bill has been moved, majority of the members are yet to access the records, the minutes of the committee meetings, and even the reports for them to internalize and appreciate the essence of this particular bill. 2, Right Honourable Speaker.
How many members have reported to you that they have not had access to the information?
Right Honourable Speaker, speaking as the alternative Attorney General, we had 6 minority reports. Of course, you know the presentation has not been to its logical conclusion, and the majority of the people have remained seated here who did not stand up to support the motion have not had time to look at the reports, read them, internalize, and even the minutes. Incidentally, even the minutes of the committee were not read by the mover of the motion.
They are there.
So 3, most importantly, Right Honourable Speaker, this particular bill touches fundamental rights of the people of Uganda, both within and without the territorial jurisdiction of this country. So it is important that members be given time to debate the reports. Those who do not intend to debate can, yes, keep quiet, but give members opportunity to debate. So I do strongly oppose the motion to suspend the rules on debate of this particular important matter.
Attorney General.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think the question has been put more to the members because
I only want you to respond to what the shadow has said.
Yes, the honourable member seems to doubt the members' capacity to read quickly, which I strongly oppose, because I think these members have the capacity to read and understand these things. So it's not. So of course, this law is not about Ugandans; it's about agents of foreigners. So I think, Right Honourable, the question should be put to the members to decide whether they are ready to deal with the issues in the bill or not. I beg to submit.
Honourable members, I put a question that Rule 2014, Sub-Rule 14 and 15 be suspended to enable the House to deliberate upon the report of the Committee of Protection of Sovereignty Bill without having to wait for the 3 days as per the rules. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Can you sit?
Honourable Speaker, the rules allow them to stand, and I wanted to quote for you the rule. Right, Honourable Speaker. Rule 107 of our rules of procedure provides for division. 1B. So a division may be ordered by the Speaker or Chairperson where B, the Speaker has announced the results of the voice voting, and immediately 40 or more members stand in their places, signifying their disapproval of the outcome of the vote. Honourable Speaker, from what we had, the noes had it. But you announced that the ayes have it. So these are more than 40 members who are standing up to say, put this to a division so that we count per head. It is the rules of procedure. Some of you don't read the rules. You need to start reading the rules. So, Madam Speaker, the rules allow for voting by division when 40 members stand up. These here are more than 40 members. So I would like to implore you that we do the casting by division so that we ascertain. Because as it stands now, we don't believe the announcement you made, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, I will not speak before you sit.
Madam Speaker, you have to kindly rule on the 40 members standing up.
Okay, you sit.
Right Honourable Speaker, the rule says you've got to first ascertain that these are 40 plus.
Honourable members, I don't need to ascertain. Even if you're 50, I am going to allow division. I am going to allow it. and then we see. And one thing I can tell you, whether we do what tactics of delay, we shall finish. Honorable members, Lope appoint a teller for the nays, and then Honorable Bua appoint for ayes. The ayes can move this side, and the nays move this side. Yes. Go to the lobby. Go to the lobby, and yes. Ayes, but Majegere. And the ones abstaining can remain with me here.
kasitaziwera ssaawa 2 aba atuuse.
Webale kulaba KKTV Uganda, the inspiration and the best broadcasting around town. KKTV, the global experience, the might, the power, and all you need with KKTV. We are your broadcasting experience. Thank you for subscribing to KKTV.
I'm Museveni.